Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good evening. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council for Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, the last City Council meeting of this year, God willing, is hereby called to order. We start now with the invocation. Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
And thank you, Brother President. And since we are to our last and we started with Pastor Desero, we'll end with Pastor Desero.
Taking me all this time, I remembered the mic first try. As we enter this very special season for the Christians in the world, we hope that all of you, regardless of who you worship, will join us in a Christmas prayer. Father, we thank you tonight. We thank you for Pontiac. We thank you for the people who are helping to bring it out of the hole. We thank you for the people who have lived here through all of the things that they have had to live through and endure. And we thank you for what you're going to do in the upcoming years for this city. We thank you that people still want to do, that people still want to help and to make this the city that it once was. We thank you, Lord, for Christmas and for what it means to the Christian world. And Lord, we just thank you for this meeting, the people who are in attendance. We ask that your love, your peace, and your kindness would permeate the room tonight, and that all that's said and done would bring honor and glory to your name. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Before we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, something fun. The City Council has presented a tribute to celebrate the 100th birthday of one of our neighbors. Miss Evelyn Sullivan Washington is turning later this month 100 years young. She's lived in Pontiac since 1953. We understand you're watching, Evelyn. God bless you. Happy birthday, and many more to come. So to our centennial Pontiac resident, we celebrate her. We rise now for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now hold a moment of silence as a community for those neighbors who we've said goodbye to in recent days. I'll read the names and then we'll join as a community in that moment of silence. Reverend Billy Allen, Archina Armster, Rutha Bland, Candace Cosby A., Jesus Delgado Caraballo, Jeanette Ellison Good, King Solomon Harris, 98 years young, Barbara Jones, Carlisle McCormick, Wardell Robertson Jr., May Stewart, Sandra Whiters, John Woolman, and Vivian Powell, tragically discovered on the east side, mother to 11 children, a neighbor and a friend to so many. Hypothermia did contribute to her passing during these cold days in our city. Please join us now as a community to remember Vivian, Billy, Archina, Rutha, Candace, Jesus, Jeanette, King, Barbara, Carlisle, Wardell, May, Sandra, and John. Thank you very much, Pontiac. Clerk Doyle, roll call of council members.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
McGinnis.
Present.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford. Here. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, all members present and voting. Could I please have a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That motion is now before us. Any discussion, amendments? Hearing none, roll call and adoption of the agenda is presented. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is adopted, and we'll proceed with this evening's business of the people. We have special presentations. The first special presentation, actually, you know what? Is there an interest from the council to suspend the rules and take up the consent agenda now? I know
So
there's a
moved.
few judges and so forth that were curious to see if they had to speak to it or not. So moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we take up the consent agenda approval now prior to when it is on the agenda. Any clarity needed on the motion? This is on whether we'll suspend the rules to do that now. Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the motion to suspend.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. So a motion has been carried to suspend the rules. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. Here's what's in tonight's consent agenda. It is City Council special meeting minutes, including the closed session minutes from December 10th, 2024. City Council regular meeting minutes from December 10th, 2024. Resolution establishing Elizabeth McDonald White of the Clark Hill Law Firm as the City Attorney and Director of Department of Law. Resolution authorizing execution of easements agreement with Oakland County Water Resources Commission, DTE Energy, Consumers Energy for Hovey Lane between Center Street and Park Place. Resolution authorizing continued service from Purchasing Consulting Group to the City of Pontiac. Resolution for approval to execute the PNC Bank's Merchant Services pricing proposal and to procure the Flowbird contactless reader and EMV for the new kiosks, increasing the original approved contract by $10,000. That's so touch pay for credit cards can work. Resolution to approve interlocal agreement between Oakland County and the City of Pontiac for MIDC. This is for Michigan Indigent Defense, the Standard 7 review and qualifications requirements. And resolution to approve amending the master fee schedule for the Treasury Division to impose a check processing fee for vendors requesting paper check payments rather than automated clearinghouse or ACH payments. And so G in particular, we've got Chief Judge Walker and those attorneys involved in the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission through our district courts, and we want to make sure that if there were any questions, anyone pulled it, better to handle it now, so that way we don't make them linger for a few hours. All right. Hearing no items pulled, consent agenda is now before us for adoption. Roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those items are adopted. And thank you for all the work you already did today, Judge Walker, for the dispensing the justice of the people of Pontiac. All right, we continue with the order. We're at special presentations. Number one is really just an FYI to make sure the community knows that the city's new carbon monoxide detector program applications are now available. Available online, available in person. At our district meetings going forward, we'll have paper copies. You can contact the Grants and Philanthropy team. You can call the city council office. However you need to get that information, we want to get it to you. It's a first come, first serve resource where the grant funded opportunity to have carbon monoxide. And they also, should you need it, have combined carbon monoxide smoke detectors. So that way you can get dual coverage if that's needed for residents. Anyone else want to speak to that? Anyone have any further information? Really, we just wanted to let you know, since it had been discussed before, the applications are now live. Councilwoman Rutherford.
So is there any way we can make sure we have an ample amount of printed copies at the Bowling Center and Ruth Peterson as well?
What was shared to us at the subcommittee on Thursday from Grants and Philanthropy, they said that they would be doing that, so we can confirm that for sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for flagging that. Any further discussion? All right, thank you. We're on to the next special presentation, number 2 on the agenda, Columbia Avenue Neighborhood Greenway Connector Project. I'm going to give the floor, if she's up for it, to Councilwoman James to introduce this evening's special presentation, since she's been working hard on this initiative.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I want to introduce our senior planner from Oakland County, Ms. Kristen Whitfang, who is going to be presenting the plan for the Columbia Avenue Neighborhood Greenway. Columbia Avenue, most people who are familiar with that road, dead ends there before it doesn't come all the way out to Telegraph. It dead ends at a specific location. And what this program is trying to do is to bring that all the way out to Telegraph as a walkway so that the people who live in that area, in the Columbia Avenue area, can walk or bike into Pontiac Oaks Park. And Kristen is going to be presenting the plan for how we expect to get that done. Again, this is just the design, but the design is big because you can't get funding if you don't have a design. You have to be able to tell people what it is that you're going to do with the money. And so with that design, we hope to be able to go after funding. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Whitfang, who's going to tell us what the plan is.
Thank you, Councilwoman James, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak on this project this evening. I'm Kristen Wilfing. I'm with Oakland County in the Economic Development Department. And as Councilwoman James, we've been working hard over the last year on this particular project. And just so folks can kind of get their bearings, it's on the northwest side of the city, off by Hawthorne Park, or Pontiac Oaks, as we call it now. And I'll just kind of step through some of the grant information that we had. So we received a small grant from the Conservation Fund through the Friends of Pontiac Parks, and we worked with the Pontiac Community Foundation as the fiscal sponsor. And through a competitive bid process, we hired DLZ to be the design consultant. We also worked in partnership with the city, the Economic Development Department, and Oakland County Parks were the main project partners on this. So I just want to give folks an overview because I think sometimes we forget all the steps that it takes to get to a ribbon cutting. So we're actually here. We're in the concept design phase, or the scoping part of the project. So we've got quite a ways to go before we can actually get to construction and to a ribbon cutting for the project. But this is really the first step in the process itself. So this is the project timeline. You can see we've been very busy, with just getting the grant awarded, getting the agreement in place, and then reaching out with community members. We did an online survey. We had a big design open house out at Pontiac Oaks where we invited residents and neighbors to join us to provide input. We had a small but mighty group at the District 3 Council meeting with Councilman Goodman, so thank you for allowing us time at that meeting. And then we went through and we prepared a concept plan. So again, just to kind of give folks a bearing, in the upper left-hand corner, if you were standing on top of the berm, this is what you would see looking toward Pontiac Oaks. And then in the upper right-hand corner, that's the unimproved road right-of-way for the Columbia Avenue piece itself. Lower left is Telegraph Road. You can see it's a very wide roadway, so we need to make some improvements in order to get a safe crossing. And then we also have the railroad track. And allegedly that's still active, but we'll get into that a little bit further. So within a 10-minute walk of the park, we really wanted to take a look at the demographics. So there's about 3,000 people, and they may or may not have access to a vehicle. They may or may not be able to drive. And about 90% of the households are rental occupied within the area as well. So these are some of the big pieces that we were looking at for the project. So we assessed existing conditions. And we found if we went to the south and used Kennett Road to get up to the park, it was quite a distance, and there's not consistent sidewalk. If we went to the north, we'd have to go all the way up to Walton Boulevard, cut across, and then come back down Baldwin Road to get over to Columbia. And so that's miles out of the way. That's many driveways and potential crash locations. So this was the most direct route that we could find. We did some public input and stakeholder feedback, and we analyzed all of that information. And then we really did take a look at some of the green stormwater and green infrastructure to replant some of these areas that are just turf grass. So I also want to point out that there's bus route 790 that also comes through very near this area. So you could actually take the bus to the potential connector and use that to get over to the park as well. So this is the preliminary sketch, and I also brought a poster of it if folks want to take a look at it after the meeting, we could even put it on display here at City Hall. But I just wanted to point out some of the key features on here. So number 3 would be a 10-foot sidewalk that would connect from Columbia Avenue across the railroad tracks and then out to Telegraph Road. We would need to come up with a special design or special crossing at the railroad track just to protect people and make sure they're looking for oncoming trains. And so the design we selected is number 2. So we would actually raise the level in between the railroad tracks so that people could get across the tracks a little bit easier, but we'd also set up a series of gates so that it would cause you to look at oncoming trains. And this is a design that's used in East Lansing on a railroad track that has much higher traffic, train traffic and pedestrian traffic. So it's worked in other areas very well. And then once we get to Telegraph, we've proposed a hawk beacon, and I can show you an example of that in just a moment. And then we would make the connection into the park itself. So this is just what a potential image could look like. So in the upper left, that's what it looks like now. You can see it's fairly flat. There's some drainage swales through there, but we could certainly level that out and then create that walkway for folks and then plant it so that there's some screening and some trees that provide a little bit of a buffer for the adjacent property owners. I mentioned that hawk beacon. So this is the example of the hawk beacon that's on Orchard Lake Road by Bodette Park or over there by the mill dam. So we would stop traffic with a push of a button and then allow pedestrians and cyclists to get across the roadway. I know, this is a big scary number. This is what everyone always wants to see. But we did compare this to a recent project that was just completed in Rochester Hills. And it's on track with the project that was done over there just recently. We were conservative in our estimates because we had the railroad crossing and they may require a little bit more work to be done in that location. And then we had a significant pathway that other project did not have. So we also included the soft costs, which are also the engineering, which people often forget about. So we're looking at just over $700,000 to complete the project at this time. So we've got quite a laundry list of next steps. I won't go through all of them, but basically communication, continue to reach out to community members, get feedback on the design, because we're still very early in the process. There's still time to make adjustments. Reach out to all of the key stakeholders, and then funding. Funding is always the critical piece. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you've put into this process so far. Who's the current ownership of the land in question?
Yes, so it's all within city right-of-way, except for the railroad. And so the Columbia Avenue, that's just road right-of-way that was never built on. The piece just west of the railroad is the former Kennett Road landfill site. So we would need to work with the city to make sure that there's a permanent easement dedicated on that site to make sure that the pedestrian crossing can maintain into the future. The railroad is owned by Canadian National, and then the road right-of-way is under city's jurisdiction.
And when you showed the aerial, it looked like there might be some informal walking or worn down part. Does that mean just people kind of are naturally cutting through if they need to get to Telegraph? Are you seeing that, or is that more off-road vehicles doing theirs?
We've seen a mixture of ORVs, the off-road vehicles, or pedestrians on foot, both actively using it. Yep.
Councilman Goodman, I want to give you the floor. I know that many of the residents in different rental communities in that vicinity are your constituents. And it was mentioned that there was interaction with District 3 residents. Any reflections in terms of the merit of the idea?
Yeah, I mean, they have been very upfront with this project since the beginning. As also, both me and Councilwoman James have pushed for it, actually, because we want people to be able to better access that park as we're continuing to build it up. There's no reason why people need to go around. The residents of the community who came out were very receptive to it, actually very decently excited for it. So I'm, happy to hopefully see it get done.
So in terms of next steps, does that also include seeking long-term funding from, government grants, philanthropic resources?
Yes, yep. So I do have a copy of the final report and then also a brochure that can be handed out to residents to review. But there are a number of potential funding sources in the document that we could certainly work with the Grants and Philanthropy Department to apply for some of those funds.
Further discussion on the special presentation? All right, with that, thank you very much for your time, and thank you, Councilman James, for bringing that presentation to us this evening.
Thank you.
All right, we're at our third and final special presentation tonight. It's the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, Funds Obligation Finalization Update from Ernst & Young. This is the final scheduled City Council meeting prior to the federal government's deadline on when the funds have to be obligated. Your City Council voted over the course of years in different initiatives, but the final batch of funding obligation took place earlier this month. So we now give the floor to the administration to introduce this evening's special presentation.
Thank you. We, first of all, want to confirm that all ARPA dollars are now obligated. I do not see Brian Jarzynski of Ernst & Young here. I did text him earlier, and I've tried calling him. I know that having him back here tonight was raised while he was here last Tuesday, and he confirmed that he would be here. And our grants director also was aware that he would be here tonight, so I'm not sure why he's not present, frankly. Deputy Mayor, do you have any insights?
Okay. So the administration is verbally relaying that all funds are all set and confirmed. We have reviewed copies of the signed memorandums of understanding to show that the interdepartmental actions have been signed based on Ernst & Young. That satisfies obligation for some, but not all. City Council still needs to see and sign agreements for the placemaking entities, the arts and culture entities. We have not received that, so we cannot yet verbally confirm and independently confirm that that box is checked. So I just want to emphasize that we've received the copies of the interdepartmental memorandums of understanding, but not those that were sort of external.
Yeah, we can follow up with Ernst & Young on that. My understanding is that Ernst & Young verbally told us, and we'll confirm this and have him indicate this in writing to City Council, that signing the interdepartmental memorandum regarding placemaking and arts and culture satisfies the legal obligation of those grant dollars, but we'll follow up with him. I thought he would be here tonight.
Okay. Further discussion? Should the administration's staff or contracted point persons arrive later, we can always bring that back from the agenda, but since they are not here, we got to move ahead. Councilman.
Is Manager Camelin here today?
I will defer to to her supervisors, her superiors, the administration.
No, Manager Campbell was not able to be here tonight. She had a personal conflict.
Yeah, I have a question about what if you could walk council through the final steps. We have the signed MOUs. So what's the process here in terms of how did what we have get to the administration, and who is going to ensure that it does get to the whatever federal office that it needs to? Is it going to be faxed? Is it going to be mailed? If you could just walk us through what these next steps should be.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. That's a great question for the council and for the public. So to give a little bit of context, as the mayor stated and as the city council president stated, we have memorandums of understanding between the administration, so between the mayor's office and different departments of the city. And those memorandums of understanding say we are setting aside however many, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for this very specific project. And by doing that and by having city council vote on that, that fits the requirement of the federal government to say that these dollars are now officially obligated. You have 2 more years to actually expend them. So the next step for any of those MOUs is for the actual department that has those funds pledged to them to go through our regular process to disperse of those funds. And once we go through the regular process of dispersing of those funds, so it may be doing an RFP, depending on the price, the amount of money that's being spent at any given time. It may just be entering into a contract to expend the funds. Once those funds are expended every quarter, Ernst & Young will be uploading information to the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury website to say these funds were expended in this manner at this time, and here is the proof of that. And we will be doing that over the course of the next 2 years.
Councilman.
So will you be sending copies of the MOUs to the U.S. Treasury?
I would have to defer that question to Ernst & Young, but I don't believe that they actually need a copy of the MOU. We just need to upload to the Treasury website that we entered into that form to obligate the funds.
So will Ernst & Young be updating that information to Treasury?
That is correct.
They will be doing that?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to get a handle around. Who is going to, will that include the contracts that are included? So, because the MOUs were not the only thing, there were also some contracts. So will all of those items, everything that we've seen on their spreadsheet, they are responsible for uploading that to the Treasury website?
So that is correct with a slight caveat. They are required to upload to the Treasury website whatever documentation the U.S. Treasury requires in order to verify that the funds were spent. So before we had Ernst & Young, for example, there were some reports that the city had made, and there was not a document that we were required to upload. It was a drop-down menu of where was the money spent, how much of the money was spent, and we answered questions. So I am not certain as to if those documents also need to be uploaded. But Ernst & Young is responsible for doing all of the reporting going forward.
All right, I've got some thoughts before we're done, but Councilman Parker's next.
Thank you, Brother President. My question is, as we've made Ernst & Young the gatekeepers, will they also be responsible for periodically giving those copies that they're sending to the council?
Absolutely. If council would like to see all of the reports that are uploaded, absolutely.
All right. It's unacceptable that this special presentation in the form and fashion that the council was anticipating is not taking place tonight, especially considering how important and consequential the matter is, and what we made very clear at the beginning of the month in November with the administration and those engaged point persons all in the room. So I'm going to ask for a motion to suspend the rules so that way we can take up a few quick request resolutions. It has been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. The first motion is council hereby demands written confirmation of submissions to the United States Department of Treasury to confirm satisfactory obligation of the American Rescue Plan Act funds awarded to the city of Pontiac prior to the December 31st, 2024 deadline. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That's the motion before us. I just think that we need to be able to directly see if it's a confirmed checkmark screenshot from the United States Department of Treasury. It can be real sweet, can be real pretty, can be real straightforward, but we need to show whatever confirmation that the federal government is giving Ernst & Young, who's working on behalf of the citizens and taxpayers of Pontiac, that that's confirmed. Is there any discussion?
Point of information. I'm sorry, okay.
I'm sorry, we never voted on the suspension of the.
Rules,
okay.
that's what I was.
All right, so it was moved and seconded. Did we suspend the rules?
Right.
Is there roll call, Clerk Doyle, on motion to suspend the rules to allow resolutions not on the agenda?
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
one stepped out, James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The rules are suspended. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford and seconded by Pro Tem Carrington for that motion that was just read. Is that true? Did I?
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone clear on the motion before us? Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor.
So I'm wondering, I just want to make sure I understand, does this put any of the money that's in the inner departments at risk? And the reason why I'm asking this is because the transparency that we've asked for, we still haven't gotten. So I'm worried about the arts, and I'm worried about the money we've already placed for, such as for like the church, we gave $160,000, La Familia. Does that put any of their money at risk?
Well, the memorandum signed and executed are here. We have copies. City Council received copies. What we want to make sure before December 31st is that this council receives confirmation of submission to the United States Department of Treasury and their appropriate agencies. So should that be satisfactory? Ernst & Young has previously verbally said, A-OK. We're asking trust but verify, show us the, the auto-generated letter, the response back from Treasury just confirming that it has been satisfactorily submitted. But yes, to take your question,
Yeah.
the next step, if that's bungled at the end, it would, of course, undo all of that.
So,
Agreements mean nothing if the federal government ain't allowing the funding to happen,
so my follow-up would be,
funding to stay.
okay, so my follow-up is, are we prepared as a council to have an emergency meeting if that is to occur? Because we can ask them to give us the verification, but we only have, I believe, 15 days, 14 days?
The verification that we receive is about us ensuring that we are, as the stewards of the taxpayer dollars, we can say it with certainty and the people can say it with certainty.
Okay.
What matters is that it's submitted.
Okay.
And so the council has done all the votes and action.
Okay.
And I've confirmed this verbally again with the mayor as recently as yesterday. He attests, he contends that everything is obligated. There's been no said, hey, we got to correct some document or anything like that. The obligation part, which matters before December 31st, is complete.
There's a reason why I'm asking this, because last week they did a presentation for 224 houses that paid for all those houses. But there's $400,000 that's remaining from the 224 houses that's not been obligated. What happens to that $400,000?
I don't want to shoot from the hip. I just would have to know which
What I'm referring
dollars you're
to
referring
is
to.
this. We put enough money into, for the home repair program, we originally thought it was 238, excuse me. Last week, Lisa Campbell came and she corrected us and said it's actually 224. So if it's 224 houses that's already paid for, there's $400,000 that is left that is not being used. Where is that money being obligated to? Because it's not obligated. Because there's no reason to have it obligated because only 200, we've already paid for the 224. So where's that $400,000 going?
It has been obligated, but the
Okay.
point is that it's been obligated more than would be used.
Right.
So in the year to come, it's for the administration, with council's consent, to determine would that be shifted to add additional homes or shifted to another ARPA-obligated approved use. So for the community's benefit, if we look over the next 2 years, let's say one of these approved items comes in under budget and there's $23,000 left. Doesn't mean we lose that $23,000. It can shift, but only to something that's in one of these other ARPA-approved entities. So what the administration has shared, and I don't have Director Campbell here to be able to give us independent verification,
Yes.
what she shared with us in the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee and in conversations is that that is satisfied for the obligation deadline, and then in the years to come, before the end of the deadline, at the end of 2026 when it has to be spent, it's got to be pivoted to either use for additional homes or for some other ARPA-specific obligated
I just want to
use.
make sure we have the option to move it to another opera obligation, because I'm thinking about small business grants. So that's why I'm asking that. So that's why I want to make sure that if it's available, what can we do with it, what we cannot do with it, and how we work it. And that's not something that we can answer tonight,
Right.
but I do want it to be verified that the $400,000 is left, because we only had to pay for 224 houses and not 238 houses.
And that's why it's very important that we have the representative from Ernst & Young on hand for the
Okay.
anticipated special
No worries.
presentation, so we can get those questions answered directly. But that was what he has represented to the City Council. Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. I was able to text with Director Campbell, and I do have the following information just for your purposes tonight. The city will, in fact, be uploading the MOUs. The federal portal is not open currently. It will not be open until January. So even though we voted and did everything, there is not the possible. You can only go to the federal portal during the reporting periods, and this is not currently a reporting period, so we cannot even upload it right now.
Okay. So was there a reporting period 3 months ago? Were there sort of like, are there reporting intervals? Yes. Okay. So the administration's ultimately waiting until the last few months before the obligation deadline does add this new to council dynamic where we're not going to get a bounce back or error message or, oops, you missed something and you're missing a dollar. We're not going to be able to get that response from the Treasury Department until January, when the obligation deadline has closed? I mean, I'd ask that question to Ernst & Young,
Correct.
but they're not here. So apologies to put you in that hot seat, Deputy Mayor.
Correct. That is, we are under the same understanding.
All right. All right, so the motion still is that we demand a visual confirmation of what is submitted. It does not have a date limitation, so if you do that January 3rd, council demands to see that, to lay our own eyes on that. Councilwoman James?
Okay, I'm
Microphone.
confused now. We've been operating for months on the basis that this had to be done by December 31st. Now, if I hear you correctly, you're saying that the federal portal itself will not be open on December 31st? Is that what you're saying?
Mayor Grimel has the floor.
And if so, is
sorry.
that going to put us in a default situation?
No, what the deputy mayor is saying is that the legal action of obligating has to be done by December 31st. And the legal action of obligating is actually having the document signed, the memorandums of agreement signed.
Okay.
But that can't be reported to the federal government until the next report is due, which is in January.
Okay, so they are not going to, it's not that we have to report it by December 31st. It just has to be obligated by.
Correct.
Okay.
The motion before us is council demanding the visual confirmation of successful submission to the United States Department of Treasury. Any further discussion on this motion? I
Yeah.
got more to come.
I just have one question. President, is there any way we can get something in writing from the federal government? Because this is just kind of scaring me. I don't know if nobody else is paying attention to the jargon that's being said. I just want to make sure it's true and factual. It doesn't make sense to me, because just to concur with what Councilwoman James has said, we really have been operating saying it's got to be done by December 31st, and now all of a sudden this changes. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm scared. I'm just being transparent. It don't make no sense to me. The math ain't mathing.
It's about fulfilling the task, and then when it's reporting the task, and this is new nuance that has not been commonly provided to the residents of Pontiac. So I have spoken with Congresswoman Haley Stevens' office and her staff. I've received written updates in terms of that. Okay. I don't want to speak on the fly. I'll go and cross-reference that. But the next motion will be asking for more, demanding more confirmation directly from Ernst & Young, a written update from them about that nature. And they could pull from the, there's these U.S. Treasury guidelines, pull from the language that make sure that we are looking exactly at what the federal government's looking at too. Okay? The motion now is that we demand visual confirmation. To your point, Councilman Rutherford, this gives us the United States Department of Treasury when it comes, if it comes, and that's an unpleasant if for me to say, if and when it comes, that we would be able to, we'd be seeing that directly, not taking the word for it. Okay? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of that motion demanding that documented proof provided to the City Council.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to pass a resolution
So
that
moved.
reads, let me write it first, that reads, the Ernst & Young ARPA compliance and coordination staff is to provide City Council in writing their summary and confirmation of satisfactory obligation of funds prior to deadline and providing documentation from the United States Department of Treasury that speaks to the satisfaction of that versus the reporting of that, and provide that to City Council
Support.
by the end of this week.
I said so moved. She said support.
Okay, it's moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones. Again, we're getting in writing now from Ernst & Young. They've provided verbal updates. I want it in writing, and I want them to pull references from the federal government that shows that they are doing it right.
Information?
Yes, ma'am.
Will that be available for the citizens as well? See it
Oh,
online?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
No worries.
Yes, one, we'd want you to know that, but two, any documentation that the City Council receives or generates is essentially the people's information. So if you just contact us, this and in the future, you just contact us, we'll provide that to you. But you also have the legal right always to file a Freedom of Information Act request or a shorthand for FOIA. But in that document, we would happily, there would be nothing privileged or no legal reason why it wouldn't be able to be shared.
And it could not be redacted as well, correct?
I can't see any reason or need why.
Okay, thank you.
Unless it's got,
Yeah.
the city's, specific number, but I'll find out.
But there has been some complaints when people do FOIAs. A lot of stuff is redacted, so it's very confusing for the average Joe Blow to see it. So that's why I'm asking, can it be redacted?
No, I wouldn't anticipate that, but for the future, we can have the clerk's office share more about that, because there'd be legal reasons why.
Okay.
Not my expertise, but so that way if people are curious in the future. Any question, though, on the motion before us, where we're going to get a written update from Ernst & Young before the week's end, confirming the status of the obligation and the reporting related to it. Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Anything further? That essentially concluded the special presentation, but is there anything further regarding American Rescue Plan Act funds? A lot more that the community and council needs to know, but for tonight, we'll leave it there. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. This is time for public comment. If you're not on public comment, we do have a public hearing concerning the redistricting maps.
Yeah, and I want to flag, so if you wanted to talk about redistricting and map proposals specifically, you will have that floor during public hearings, so you don't have to feel like you got to use your public comment time for that. But you are welcome to if that's what you want to speak to.
Carlton Jones. And Dr. Deirdre Waterman will be next.
Yeah, I want to say good evening to everyone. As we come to the close of this year, it's always a good time to do a little reflection. And I just want to say, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to all the citizens who have continuously encouraged me to continue to come out and participate in this process. Sometimes people may think you just come down for whatever reason, but people know that some of us who really care about this city, we come down to make some points, to look out for not just one person, but to look out the best way we can for this city. So I also want to say thank you for those who were very encouraging. I would say I work very close with Pastor Jones and Doug Smith over with GPCC. My friend Rick over there has been we as a coalition with GPCC has been very supportive of this city. The mayor comes in each time we have a meeting, school district. We're trying to be collaborative people to how we can bring people together to really do the best job we can to move Pontiac forward. I thank those people. I also want to thank Mr. Robert Bass. Just recently, he did a recognition with the coalition of the CDC and brought together a lot of the folks who were instrumental in this city for years, recognized them, gave them accolades while they can actually smell the flowers. You know, and I just want to thank for the work he's done and continue to do. In that process, there was one of the people in there that said one thing, stood out. They said, we got some documents in this right here country that say we the people. And that's very important. We the people. And many of us who've been around here for years, we know that this process for government, every 4 years, the people speak. And it's coming around again. So just know some of us who've been around here, we like to keep a little report card. And that report card say what you did and what you didn't do. And at the end of the day, it's hard to come back and say you want that job again and you didn't do what you said you was going to do. Or your grades didn't come up to speed. So I was going to say this because there are several things. 3 minutes don't usually give you a lot of time. But I want to say that at one particular time, when citizens came here, there was a response they got back. I noticed of late, we don't get that response. I don't know what's going on, but it's like we come here and speak and no response. So that's going to be graded. Workforce development, that's my baby. I want to tell you the good news. The community change grant that we've been looking for from EPA, we are still in the hunt. There's a lot of different entities that didn't get the opportunity. They were denied. We should have some good news, hopefully, come the first quarter of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Dr. Giorgio Waterman.
As we approach the last City Council meeting for the year of 2024, it's a good time to reflect upon the significant highlights of the last year and the things we progressed with as a city and the challenges we look forward to for 2025. And I'd just like to share some of the things that I wanted to reflect upon this morning. For example, the Golden Opportunity Club, the seniors over at Bowen Center, had their 60th anniversary Christmas luncheon. 60th anniversary of the seniors being provided with wholesome activities, enrichment, collaboration. It was good to see. And I was very proud to be able to present on behalf of an organization that I founded and was president of, the Oakland County chapter of the Lynx Incorporated, a congratulatory proclamation. So it was very festive. It was good to celebrate with them. The Lynx, just to let you know, is an organization that has worked with the city for 43 years since the founding. And one of the things that we do annually, which we did December the 11th, was we did a party, a Christmas party, for all 600 children at the middle school. Okay, we do that every year, and we do that, we give them gifts, we bring the whole families in, we have activities and food, and we do that because we want to show that we respect the fact that these children are accomplishing and that we want to support our school children and our school system. That's what we do as the Lynx, and today we were glad to honor the senior citizens. So those are some of the things that we reflect upon and as we look into the new year. But one of the things I really am disappointed about. I came to hear that final report that you've been working on for so long about the ARPA money. The ARPA money, the $38 million that was going to be such a boon for the city of Pontiac. We've been knowing about that. I think we knew the city was going to be granted the ARPA funding. That's the American Rescue Plan Act. That's the last of the COVID-19 money that we're ever going to get. And it was supposed to be benefiting the building of our communities. And I had signed the letter to the U.S. Department of the Treasury in 2020 saying that the $5.8 million is not enough for our community. You need to give us more. And it was that granted that. They gave us $31 million more, which could do a lot of rebuilding of the community. And that came to us in 2021. Last year I was in office, and we got the first half of the money then. So this is now 2024. So I was really looking forward to hearing all the final report of what you had done, how that was going to be awarded to help our small businesses, to help build our neighborhoods, to help our community grow and thrive. So I'm disappointed that we didn't get that final report. We'll talk about more of that under the agenda address because we'd like to know that is going to be used for the purpose intended, especially the fact that we got so much more than we originally were supposed to get.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Robert Bass? Wanda D. Watson. Linda Watson?
Good evening. There were a couple of things that came to mind. One, girls, 6 months later, actually 3 years later, and we're still not done. Each week we hear we're there, we're close, but another year has passed. For me, this is 14 years, and it's still not resolved. The other thing I want to bring up, last week, the topic of the warming center. I'm outdone because of all the BS of what you can't do. Now, you've got several churches that have auxiliary buildings that could be used. They're already getting an exemption by the state, which includes some community services if they assist the public. Have you looked into that? The attorneys keep saying no, 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 but the churches have been doing that a long time. But due to membership being down, they're not able to do the repairs at the secondary buildings. Why not get TDC to assist with improvements for those buildings? And then if you got $400,000 left, could some of that money go to help with that? You got to get past the bureaucracy that's going on. But I do want to say I'm glad Golf Drive is open, Bagley's open. I don't have to use all my gas going around in a circle. So we need to do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Renee Begley?
I'm going to speak about those two maps there, something that should not be. I mean, I don't even know why the Charter Commission be bombarded with that, because you're going to lose both. People, it's like try to talking to them, and I know it's going to hurt some of them, because some of those people I'm kind of close to. But you can't be the past mayor like it's just me by myself, and this is where I go, and I know it all, and I say, you say yes, I say no, and that's the way it's going to be. No, you're going to have to listen to other people. Once again, this is like that Proposition 2, where we draw the lines, take it away from the Michigan House, and then let the regular people draw them. Now, you see what the outcome with that. You lost the 14th District of Detroit. In return, you lost Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence because she would have had to run in a district where more likely Tlaib would have won. So no way she was going to win, so she decided to retire. So basically, what I see of this is like somebody trying to manufacture some extra votes. Also, you might can get some extra votes, but sometimes issues, propositions, or candidates' favorability goes the other way. You may not win, 50-50. According with this council, and I see this mayor might be going down next year. It might be a whole new everybody. So I disagree with those maps. Only one I say is A, but District 6 lose out. You're not going to have District 7, so I'm going to get District 5's Parker, and then 6, William Carrington's going to have 7. I don't understand that, but everybody else is staying the same, and that's not fair. It's very unfair. And I tried, somebody asked me, Kermit Williams was there trying to pass these out at the Bowen Center, and a few people got them, and they asked me to interpret that, and I tried to tell them that, what? We didn't know about this. What you mean? Why? That's stupid. This is confusing. That is basically, I know half the city, really, by the people in this room, because they didn't send anything out, a lot of people don't watch the council meeting. They are probably unaware. And basically, you're going to mess your voter files up. People not going to know where to vote, and it's going to be the same effect as that District 14 of Detroit. And then when the census comes, that's every 10 years. This is 2030, you're going to have to draw another line because most likely Pontiac's going to drop population. I don't see anything common big that's going to draw people here. I mean, that hasn't happened since the 1960s. So you're asking for it, and I'll be back for more.
Thank you, Ms. Beckley. Mr. Chris Jackson.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council, folks here, folks at home. My name is Chris Jackson. I am the owner of the Pontiac Pharaohs. It is your minor league professional basketball team here in town, if you didn't know. We are in our second season in Pontiac, and we play at Pontiac High School at the beautifully renovated gymnasium. I'm here to really just invite you all to our games this week. We have one game Thursday night at 7 p.m. at Pontiac High School. And then we have another game Saturday at 4 p.m. at Pontiac High School. Due to our partnership with the Pontiac School District, we are able to allow all of the Pontiac School District students to come to our games for free. So if you all have kids and or grandkids that are a part of the school system, please bring them to the game. Tickets are only $10. So it's super affordable for a high quality level of basketball. The other thing that I'll say particularly about this time of year is that not everyone has access to resources, we know, and it's an issue really throughout the entire year, but especially this time of year. And so our organization is trying to do what we can as we see other people in the community trying to do what they can. So if you come to our game on Thursday, please bring canned goods or non-perishables if you have any to spare. What we are doing is in partnership with OSA. We're going to be collecting those items, giving it to OSA, and allowing them to do what they do best, and that's distribute those goods to families that they have access to that are in need. And so, again, on Thursday, if you end up coming to the game, please bring some canned goods and non-perishables. And if you do, you'll be entered into winning a prize at Saturday's game at 4 p.m. So a bit of an incentive, hopefully, to get you out to both games this weekend. But we're just trying to do our part in the way that we know how. The goal isn't to recreate the wheel, but to be a part of the fabric that is our community. We know not everybody has access, and so we're trying to do what we can this time of year. So we appreciate you all, appreciate your support. Again, that's Thursday at 7 p.m. At Pontiac High School, and then Saturday at 4 p.m. at Pontiac High School. We appreciate the community support, and go Pharaohs. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Marcus Bowman. Karen Jorgensen will be next.
Good evening, council. Good evening, people in the community. Good evening, all those at home watching. I'm here on behalf of MIP 100, and I would like to thank the school board president, Anisha Hanna, for coming to our meeting. It was such a great meeting. We had a good time. We spoke about a lot of positive things that we want to do in this community that we will plan on doing. I also want to stay on a positive note by basically expressing to all our ladies in the community, this is not just a men's movement that we're doing that's like your typical movement. This is a men's movement that we're doing to give you a better version of us, to give you a more disciplined version of us, to give you a more straightforward version of us. So I hope people understand that sometimes the most beautifulest things in the world start off in the most ugliest forms. But this right here is something beautiful and special. So I just want everybody in the community to know that you can't treat this like everybody else or every other movement, because it's a special movement. Now, to stay on a good note, I'd like to thank the council. I'd like to thank my councilwoman, Melanie Rutherford, for being such a great councilwoman in my community. But I want to thank her for this award she gave me, because she said something that really gave me some motivation. And this is all coming from the heart. So excuse me if it's hard to get it out, but she basically told me that the work that I was doing wasn't being noticed. And I hadn't realized how much work I have done that nobody can take away from me. And I'm glad that I've got myself aligned with some people that are looking to move this city forward and not keep it staggered in the dark like where we've been. So I'd like to thank her team, the council, the board, for everything that you guys are putting forth in this community. I'd also like to make an announcement on behalf of MIP as well. Our February meeting, we will be having Kwame Kilpatrick to Pontiac. So we will be getting this information out to you eventually on the date, but we have Kwame Kilpatrick coming in February. So I'd like you all to come out and support. And again, I want everybody in this community to know something. It's nothing wrong with strong men. It's nothing wrong with passion. It's nothing wrong with wanting to change your community. So if I get vilified for that, vilify me. But I ain't backing down from changing my community. So I hope everybody take that to their heart and understand that this ain't about right now or even next year. This is about 20 years from now. So I ask you all to just continue to pray, continue to focus on the better part of Pontiac, and continue to be the best version of yourself. And with that, I'll end and say thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Karen Jorgensen, and then Tyra Hewood is next.
Not quite as tall. Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. My name's Karen Jorgensen, and I am the owner of Pontiac's Little Art Theater and the Green Room Cafe in historic downtown Pontiac at 47 North Saginaw Street. And I wanted to share with you, there was a few months where I wasn't sure if we were going to keep the doors open, but as the movie It's a Wonderful Life, in the last 24 hours, I've had some amazing things happen to ensure that we are going to continue to keep our doors open and offer a lot of great, wonderful things for the city of Pontiac and our community. So I just wanted to give you an update on a few of the things that we have up and coming. I have 5 events actually. Starting December 28th, we have a Motor City Metal holiday concert. And this is a rental that's, Saturday, December 28th. And the bands are the Metal Mustang and Wide Track. They're both Pontiac bands. And the doors open at 7, bands start at 8. Next, I'm super excited that Alexander Zonchek has requested to perform again at Pontiac's Little Art Theater. Every year he wants to come. So he's featuring James Lloyd, Mike Harrington, Sasha Kasperko, Eugene McBride, and the doors open at 9. Concert starts at 10 till midnight. We'll have champagne, coffee, desserts. cash bar. And if you want to get tickets, you can look for that online. We're also very happy to have some singer, songwriter, guitarist Jason Wagonar with guest Taylor DeRuse. And he has an amazing, versatile tenor voice. And he will be performing on January 17th. Doors open at 7. Concert is at 8. And information on that is also on our website. And I'm super excited that Pontiac's own Mike Jeter will begin a series of comedy, and his company is the Sam Rose Comedy, and that will be on January 23rd at 7 o'clock. And all that information will be online. I'm also very proud to say that we only serve Michigan-based products. So all of our food, liquor, concessions are all Michigan-made products. So if you have any questions, want any more information, go to www.theplat.org. And I wish all of you an incredible Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Council. My name is Tyra Hewitt. I own and operate a consulting company called the Grapevine Network at 33 North Saginaw. I also have an art studio at 17 West Lawrence Street. I am concerned about the map because I think that downtown, the small district, the commercial district, is a district in itself. It's like a city-state in Italy. I know that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but that's just my opinion. But I came across the city's budget. I'm not ignorant to budgets, but I'm not as fluent as some other people that have been participating in this for a while. So my concern is, it says the winter maintenance, $34,000. And this isn't to get into some big thing, but I maintain some properties for some people, just the outside picking up paper and, just keeping the area clean. And it baffles me that sometimes the garbage cans are flowing over, so that means the trash is flowing out of the garbage cans into the street, and the beautiful spaces that the business owners have in Pontiac are littered with some nonsense. After the bars, littered with nonsense. And I'm saying I would go a week without doing it, but sometimes when I go that week, it's so much nonsense in front of the bars and in front of the businesses. It's cigarette butts and lighters and T-shirts and cake and just everything that you can think of. So I just want to know who is responsible for this winter maintenance when the snow comes and all the garbage is out there. I'm not going to be out there doing it. I do it for a specific business, but it's out of hand. And, I don't know what to do about it. So I'm bringing this to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. H. Bill Maxey. And then Wyvette Brinker Marion is next.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac. I stopped by to say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. May it be more prosperous in 2025. To piggyback on Carlton Jones, congratulations, Robert Bass. You have overcome the barriers and the walls, the disrespect, placing obstacles in your way. You are our hero. There's a lot of changes coming in 2025, a lot of changes coming. There are several programs that the community has designed and put together to help them help themselves. Please take this number. With the back of the bus, 3 minutes, it's not too much I can say. This number is 248-989-4546. Crisis Hotline. The seniors, many of our young people, and others who have tremendous challenges in the city. It will not happen again in 2026. Call that line. It's open 18 hours. In other words, you call it 8 to 9 at night. There's a lot of new things coming down the pipeline. Citizens, not only speaking up, but standing up. We cannot be second class any longer. Furthermore, the second year of our heater program, there will be heaters for those who are burning the stovetop and the oven, especially our seniors. We will get those heaters to you. And this is for the community at large. Call the number that I gave you. Make sure, we want to make sure there's no more of this burning your top stove. It's just almost, it is really despicable because of the way the seniors have been treated in the city, and the veterans, and the homeless. Despicable. There will be changes in 2025. Talk is easy done, but you know, I'm not one to just talk. You might not see me, but I have action along with other great leaders in the city. We will not be disenfranchised of a lot of things that we should have in this community. I hope you all sit at the table, eat your turkey, whatever. Good luck to you. But we seniors on the top of our game. I guarantee you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill Maxey. Yvette Brinker-Murray.
You can stand up here with Mr. Maxey. Come on, you can stand up here with me. Hello, everyone.
Please call on me.
Oh, no, not at all. Hello, my name is Yvette Brinker-Murray, and I am the Vice Chair of the Pontiac Public Library. And this is Bill Maxey. He is the Treasurer of the Pontiac Public Library. On behalf of the library, we are inviting you to our event this Saturday, coming up Saturday. The event will be held at the Pontiac Public Library from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Some of our guests will be Paula Moe, Holiday Jazz, Santa, The Grinch, Pontiac United Dancers, Smiles and Color Face Painters, Quest Dancers, Athletics, Pontiac Middle School Pep Squad, Nanta Drum Chinese Dancers, Millie's Munchies Cookie Decorating, and a free wine tasting for adults in the lower level. So we invite you to come out and join us. We would love to see your faces, support Pontiac. The library is the heart of this city, Amen. And we need to recognize that. So we would love for you to come out and join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick David, and then Dixon Adams. Rick David, you first. Rick David. Rick David is first.
Good evening, City Council, administration, community. I'm always an optimistic person about the future of our city. We're on a journey from being a post-industrial city to the next stage. When I came to Pontiac in the late 90s, I met with the person who was the head of all the foundations in the state of Nebraska, state of Michigan. That's where I was from originally, I'm sorry. And he said to me, Rick, Pontiac is the forgotten city in Michigan. We're on the shadow of Detroit. And we're about a long-term journey. We had, when I first came, we had people in the mayor's office and every other place that were self-interest was where they were. We were following that with the emergency managers. Just a terrible experience that we had here. And I've asked the Department of Political Science and Administration to do a study at OU of the difference between Detroit, who went through bankruptcy, and our experience when we went through emergency managers, but it's so important. Remember the journey of the Federal Reserve study of 2012. They looked at Grand Rapids, and they looked at Pontiac, and they looked at their whole area, and they put them in 4 areas. those cities that were transformational, resurgent, overwhelmed, and fading. We were with Gary, Indiana in 2012. Gary, Indiana is overwhelmed. So all the people in your roles in the past, the mayor's roles, we're on this journey for the next 15 or so years to go from that the post-industrial city to the next area that we're going to do it. I'm optimistic. I want to thank three people. Melanie's not here, but the two leaders were yesterday or the day before with downtown owners and listening to them about what needed to be done. And I think that was very, very important. And I want to thank you for doing that. That's what we've got to do. We're all planting seeds. We're like gardeners. We got to plant seeds. And remember, I think Catalina James mentioned this. The reason that you're here is that there was a complete turnover of people in your roles a few years ago. And we can still make that journey together. I have no doubt that the administration and the city council together, asking the hard questions, but landing the planes that Mike said that we needed to land. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. David. Jason Adams, and then Darlene Clark will be next.
Thank you, Bill, City Council. I'll make it short. I'm here tonight to support Proposal A on our neighborhoods. I don't believe in breaking up neighborhoods. Actually, I live on Omar Street, which is part of a historical area. It's also designated federally. That's their distinction of the GM housing project right down in that area, which would be separated under Proposal B. I don't understand why anybody would vote for that. But anyway, I just wanted to address you and let you know what I would like to see you guys vote for Proposal A. That makes more sense. That keeps the neighborhoods together. That's it. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Ms. Darlene Clark and then Ms. Gloria Miller.
Good afternoon, Council, Administration. I see Mayor Grimer stepped out the room. And good afternoon, Mr. Garland. First, I want to address to the Council and to the Administration, which the Deputy can step in. 6 weeks ago, between 6 and 5 weeks ago, you guys asked for a report and a breakdown for the GERS and the CFR to have them all come in here to meet on one term in one room. Thus, we don't have this 2024 going into 25. That meeting has not taken place yet. First question, are you intending to have that meeting for the GERS members to understand what's going on besides saying he say, she say, have them all in one room? Next, I want to talk to you about, yes, in 2024, you have fed a lot of people. You have partied a lot of days. But remember this, you waited until the last minute to make decisions that was good for Pontiac, which is something you should have not done. You waited till the last minute to bring things to the forefront for the people to understand. But let me tell you this. I went to Deputy Mayor Kafani and I asked him, I said, Deputy, would you please present to the people the general fund? Because this general fund is a bank that's being taken in and taken out. Money moved around, money moved forward, moving backwards. To this date, on the last week of this council meeting, Kafani has not presented that. So now I ask the council, can you please, in writing, put it to the administration to explain to the people about the general fund money? Now, I'm talking as a resident. Now, when I come through Woodward and I see the decorations coming in, it stops at Pontiac. The city all up and down Birmingham, people, homes, everything is decorated. Yes, this year you did do a better job than you did last year with downtown. But Wide Track also in Woodward is the corridor into the city of Pontiac. In 3 years, don't you think out of general fund money we can buy some wreath and some lights and something to put up and down the corridor all the way around to Wide Track or Woodward to Wide Track or all of Woodward, because people are coming in and out of that area. And we would like to see some changes and beautification within our city as well. Pontiac is not weak, but you have presented us in the last 3 years as being weak. You have made decisions to show that you are weak. You have not stand the test of time within your 3 years to show that you have strength. So now let's see what the next 4 years is going to do for you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Good evening, Pontiac. I want to first start out with when I think of strong men. I grew up under some. See, I know what a strong man is. He don't flip-flop. He hold his own. Even if you're standing by yourself, that's where I was raised. If you're standing for right, you stand alone. You just do what you do. And I have to give Mr. Bass, if you're out there, I give you your props. You stayed the course. Mr. Maxey, I give you the credit. We don't always agree on everything. You stayed the course. Carlton, Jones, and I don't know these men no more than down here, so no, I'm not dating none of them. I just know them as got good men. You stood your ground. There are a lot of women in here that have stood their ground. We didn't just start coming down here when it's election time. We've been here from day one. Cold nights, many nights. I want to be at home. I'm retired. I could be at home. But I wanted to come down because Pontiac is my heart. And I'm at an age where I don't care who likes me. God is good to me. It don't bother me. It took me a long time to get there because when I know what I'm fighting for right and I'm fighting for the people and I care about the people, I'm going to stand up till I die. And yes, I already said, don't come to my funeral because I already know who you are. I may raise up. I don't do fake. I want to say this. First of all, Haley Stevens called me last night when I was sitting watching TV, and it was like her mobile call. Haley Stevens said, Council, and I want someone to answer this for me. She said she just finished in Congress, she gave $4 million to the Martin Luther King Bridge last night when I was listening on the phone. Is that in addition to the $4 million that she gave the mayor already, or that's the $4 million total that she have given the mayor within his 3.5 years? Second question I want to answer. What is the amount in the general fund? I want to know that. What is the amount in the general fund? I brought that up to say this. I want the city of Pontiac to listen to this. Here we go with the last minute with 12, 13 days left, and then we got the police contract up. Who does this? You wouldn't run my household. First of all, $17,337,814 for 2024. That's a 9.8% increase. That is what the city of Pontiac is looking to pay for the contract for the police department for the city of Pontiac. $17 million. 2026, 18, 915,592, a 9.1% increase. 2027, 20,636,310, which is an increase from 2026 to approximately 9.1%. Now, when I was on the council, the police department and the fire department was 1/3 of our budget. Am I correct, former Mayor Waterman? Okay. That's a lot of money, y'all. And this has been brought 13 days before the deadline. They got to pass it tonight because we won't have any police officers. Look, people, I only come down here to tell you facts. They got to go, y'all. They got to go. Who does this?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Pastor Kathy Desereau. Thank you. President McGinnis, that concludes public comment.
Okay, we did receive 2 written public comments, but I do want to provide that answer to Councilwoman Emeritus Miller. We received today the latest monthly financial reports. This is as of November 30th. But for 101, General Ledger 101, which is the general fund, the current fund balance for the period ending November 30th is $50,235,424.78. This time last year, it was $41,779,550.70. So that's what the city's current skeleton crew finance department is sharing, is the current fund balance for the general fund. I just want to communicate to the council and the community, though, as I've shared with council already in writing, that there is, as we've expressed before, serious slowdowns and delays in terms of making sure everything financially is processed in the city. So that number should be what's in the balance. That is what it is. But the other financial reports need to be current and brought up to date, and the current leadership vacuum with the city's finances in this administration, as this council has been very vocal about. That means that some of the reports, which are public information and council can share it with any resident that requests them, we've got them now, at least the most current. They need to get up to speed and up to date, so that way what we've got and what you've got is all in. That the checkbook, the city's checkbook, it's all balanced and checked out and tied out, and that's information that is overdue, so that way you and us can have the full current picture financially. But at least in terms of the general fund, that's the dollars that are in there. All right? The two written public comments were received. Renee Voigt Porath here, longtime District 2 resident, writing to let you know of my thoughts regarding redistricting. If these are the two final choices, I prefer map B. That said, if there's further consideration, my wish list would be that the Franklin District be incorporated into District 2 and keeping the Orchard Lake corridor. I also wish that somehow every district would have a stake in Pontiac's downtown. But I have no suggestion at the moment on how that could be achieved, and if that's not in the charter, then it may be a moot point unless someone has some other creative idea for that. I'm also concerned that while the intention is equal number of residents per district, I'm aware that the upper central and upper east area of Pontiac are a lot of apartment buildings. While it's only fair that these residents get represented, of course, many of those may be renters or don't own or live in houses with properties they are responsible for, so it seems that the demands and needs of service will be weighted much more heavily in other areas. While there are the demands of addressing landlords and large property owners, my point has validity, open to counter viewpoints on that. Thank you to all of council and mapping team for the work and effort and consideration in this matter. Take care, stay warm, and happy holidays to all. Renee Voigt Porath and David Porath. This written public comment is from Jen Burke. Good afternoon. I want to thank you all for the hard work that has gone into analysis of the new district map options. I completely support map B as it allows a geographical alignment with our great neighbors to the south of Orchard Lake while still maintaining our original district neighborhoods. Again, please consider map B my choice. Those were written public comments that we received as well. So thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. That concludes public comment. Next on the agenda is public hearing. So this is the latest in a series of public hearings where we want to give the community an opportunity. We want to hear from you about what shape it should take. The council is tasked with the every decade, every 10 years after the census, redrawing the lines so that way it's as even as possible in population and follows the charter requirements of being compact or, compact, and ensuring that there's racial representation of different minority groups at the table as well. So the being within 1% of population, compactness, and racial representation are all considerations, and that happens every 10 years. This one adds another layer. The people of Pontiac voted, and the charter changed the number of districts from 7 down to 6. So that is leading to a lot more change than otherwise would happen every 10 years with the district lines. So thank you to everyone who participated in the public hearing in November. That feedback was provided to the map maker, and now they've come back with these two revised or sort of next level of options of maps, Proposal A and Proposal B. We shared this out with you last week. Hard copies have been available at City Hall. Everyone in the audience tonight has color copies of A and B that were on your chairs. You can see enlarged versions in the chambers tonight. You can also see those in the lobby of City Hall throughout. So what we have before us after the public hearing is a resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance. Adopting new city council district lines does require 2 readings, so it will not be voted on tonight. The earliest that would happen would be the first meeting in January, but if it's the council's pleasure, that process can still continue. And so at this point, we want to make sure that you, the community, are able to help shape and influence what maps should be chosen, what considerations would you like council to weigh on your behalf. We're required and obligated. We got to do it. And so the question is, what's the one that you feel works best for you, your neighborhood, the community as a whole? And then council can deliberate, not necessarily tonight, although they're welcome to, but really as we get closer into those multiple readings, we can do further deliberation on what council would be advocating for or is still actively considering. So with that, everyone will have an opportunity to speak, so you don't all have to rush at once. We'll open the public hearing. Everyone will be able to speak. Per law, please state your name and your address for the public hearing. And you don't have to have it all figured out. You can literally make one point or you can ask one question. We want to hear all your thoughts as it relates to redistricting and the maps as they are now. You can stand, you can sit. We'll definitely do sweeps to make sure everyone's got an opportunity. So with that, the public hearing is now open at 7:33 p.m.
Okay. I really don't like any of these maps, but I live in District 6. But I don't want those extra apartments. I can't say nothing wrong with you though, but I don't want to get Woodland Heights and what goes with it, okay, and those other places in my district because that's tax dollars. Okay, I'm a conservative black woman, not Republican, Democrat. So I'm not looking down on anybody. But I've been here all my life. Only person that's sitting on that council that will remember, because we got an older person there, but he's from out of town, from Alabama. Kathleen Jays would remember that Pontiac has been shrinked several times. I'm originally from the South Side. I'm originally from Luther Street. I used to live on Luther Street when I was small. We used to have Miracle Mall, which is now the Bloomfield Township. That was in Pontiac, the town center where Aldi's and Costco's. That used to be in Pontiac. Remember, there's a motorcycle place. It's something else. It was Anderson's at one time. That was in Pontiac. Emmanuel Church, and that property was always in Pontiac. Somehow, Bloomfield Hills got where Costco area and Anderson Motorcycle. I don't know if they annexed that. There used to be a movie theater there. A lot of crazy stuff used to happen there. Okay, let's go the other way. Off there, the mall used to be called Pontiac Mall. And that's across the street from the Oakland Point. Now DTE's plan, and then all that dust and Red Lobster and everything. I'm not sure how far that went. I was small then. So I think it went back towards Lon Harbor, Chevrolet, that area. That was Pontiac. So what you're doing is you drawing lines and you chopping Pontiac. Now the other side, Auburn Hills always wasn't Auburn Hills, it was Auburn Heights. So Pontiac Township before that. So it's changed, but that wasn't Pontiac, it was a different city. And it was nothing but farm and horses and cows, no Chrysler, no nothing, no restaurants. OCC was new. So that line, Opdyke, I think that probably was the same. I'm a kid now. Wasn't traveling around like I am now. So I want you to scrap this. I mean, I thought there was an option if the city council didn't like the maps, to scrap it. It shouldn't be there. But I wanted something to stay the same. And the people that they had at that time, we had professional people. We didn't have like these people here that y'all just get in and they disappearing and they don't know what they're talking about. They had professional designers here in-house to do the maps at that time. So they knew what they were talking about. Don't take from this chart. They don't know nothing compared to those people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
As a quick housekeeping item, if you are at home and you aren't immediately finding the maps, you can find them online on the city's website, pontiac.mi.us. There's a specific redistricting page that has more information as well as those maps, in case I'm not quite sure what the visibility is if you're watching the meeting at home, so just want to share that, or if you're watching it on replay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Kermit Williams, 61 North Sanford. Just first want to say democracy is a wonderful thing. Everybody has a right to their opinion. We didn't have anything to do with Miracle Mile or anything else on the charter. The last charter was passed in 1982 when maybe some of those things were around. I was just being born at that time. And so 40 years later, we changed the charter. And part of that charter change is to have one at-large person and 6 council districts. Everybody's not going to like it, and that's fine because the people overwhelmingly voted for it, and now we're implementing it. So I was going to say some other things, but I think the ARPA conversation really took me off of what I want to say about the map. So I will say this. I encourage you not only to go to district meetings, but to have some town halls. Part of the maps are very confusing because they don't have the breakdown of where the existing district is and where these people want to be. And I think if we can show side by side each district all the way from 1 through 7 currently, and then show the changes that you are attempting to make on each map, I think people can give a clearer and more profound input to what the city needs to look like. So that will be my encouragement to the council to have each district. So for example, District 7 on one map is District 1, on the other map is District 6. If you can show the overlay between District 7 and the new District 1 or the new District 6, I think it will be helpful to give you the feedback that you deserve. I know you guys are rushing to kind of get this done because the election is coming up, but you have until April, and these maps are going to last probably pretty much to the 2033 election. So it's important to take that time if it's extra so the citizens can have maps that they feel like they've been able to weigh in on the great parts of all the things that the new charter is going to increase. So thank y'all so much for the time. Again, I'll be talking about the ARPA thing during the agenda address, but I want to say on the maps, if you can first blow them up, please. I just started wearing glasses, and these maps do me no justice. But really blowing them up, even on the city website, having bigger charrettes, I think will be helpful. We've been passing out the maps across the city, and people can't necessarily see their streets, and those boundaries are very important. And when we're dealing with our seasoned citizens, who are our #1 voting bloc, as the Golden Opportunity Club celebrated their 60th luncheon today, a lot of those people handed me back my map and said, Kermit, I can't read this. So if you can blow it up, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Hello, Tamika Ramsey, 296 2nd Avenue. From 2017 until 2020, I worked with Pontiac Policy Council. From 2019 until 2022, I worked for Michigan Voices, which is a statewide social justice organization. And from 2023 until current, I am the interim executive deputy director for Michigan United, which is also a statewide social justice organization. And I mention all of those because each one of those worked on the state redistricting. Pontiac Policy Council, we were educating people about redistricting before Voters Not Politicians made it a ballot initiative. As Michigan Voices, we worked to get Black and brown people to apply for the commission. And then once the commission was created, we worked and advocated for lines. One of my proudest moments, along with Kermit, was that we went, because they had our Senate district from east to west. They had us going for Milford, and we have more in common with Southfield. So we both went down and gave public comments, and we were able to switch the maps. I say all that to say I have not looked at the maps because I feel like these maps have not been made with the people in mind. We have not asked people what are their communities of interest. We have not said what street cuts off your block club. People don't know that, and these maps don't show that. I am asking for more time. I am asking that y'all engage the citizens like y'all doing with that bootleg master plan stuff. Y'all should be doing that too. Y'all need to be talking to people, and giving us maps without our recommendations shows me that y'all not working for us, y'all working for yourselves. So I would ask, if you have any questions, the state of Michigan just did this. We can find somebody who can help you understand why it's important to talk to communities about their interests, to not try to say, we went from 5 maps to 2, and y'all got to pick one of these. Neither one of them works. I am from the original District 7. That's where I was raised, right? So it hurt me not to see it, but as a charter revision commissioner, it also hurts when some council person, some district is not filled, and that district has no representation. District 2, that has happened to District 2 twice. 3 times. And so for months, District 2 didn't have representation. With an at-large person, everybody will have two council people that serves them. I just ask that y'all give people more time to look at those maps, and if you don't, we know who y'all work for, not us.
Wow. That's all I can say. Darlene Clark, Williams, 506 Nebraska Avenue. The concern that I have, Mr. Kermit Williams, I apologize, and Ms. Ramsey, they both came up here and like they said, they're up under age. You up under age. Now, Carlton Jones made it very clear, and I have to stand on him, on his shoulder. We are 70 years old. We've been in Pontiac all our lives. We've seen it shrink. And the direction that you're going in now, you're going to shrink it again. You continue to take away from Pontiac. You're taken away. Council, you have been played, you have been used, you have been abused, you have been at all misled. You are dwindling Pontiac. Pontiac was so big at one time. We're not Detroit. Detroit has 620,000 people. They actually need to have 3 mayors. We're Pontiac with less than 60,000 people, and you expect for us to constantly keep chopping away at our district? You're not having meetings. You don't want to hear from the older people who's been here. You could care less about the people who paved the way for you and the visitors from other states that come here to live. We paved the way. We saw the torture, and we have been beaten. Pontiac is dwindling. People come into Pontiac to take from Pontiac. Let me tell you this, every intention from every business person and every mayor that has been here, I can stand on this conviction, they help take away from, including the president mayor and the president council. I stand on this conviction, you're dwindling away Pontiac.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Veronica Taylor, 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. Pontiac, Michigan. I live on District 7. I live on the east side. I've been there for 8.5 years, be 9 in February. I understand that y'all got to separate the district, but y'all have not came to the community of 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 and asked them people what do they want. Now, this is the same thing that went on when we had to go and have the district redistrict for 14, and we ended up with 13. Kermit Williams was with us, Renee Beckley, a bunch of us, Tamika Ramsey. We was there fighting for this city to be able to have a voice. Now, this city is about to be taken away because to shrink down again. Did y'all ask for these maps or put us in that predicament to get them maps? Or to get this taken care of? Did you ask us, did we want this input in here? Last time we was here, we asked y'all to take all of them back and redo them again. But y'all brought us back A and B, and we supposed to make a decision. Have y'all went through District 7 and talked to the community? Have y'all went through District 6 and talked to them? You bring 5 together with 4, it's a lot of people gonna be hurting their housing. Their stuff gonna be all messed up. The value property value going to drop, or what? We have to think about what you're doing and when you're doing it and how you're doing it for the people. Because originally, we helped vote you in. We have a right to know what's going on, just like we was invited to the table for the 13th, for the district, for South, to make sure we remove 14 and make it 13. And we also put people that was on that board was everyday people in the community. We built a board for them to be able to have a voice to do that. We're the voice and the board for this city. Thank you.
Well, Veronica, I agree with you. Unfortunately, my constituents know me. I just shoot it straight. I don't know any other way to do it. We're being gentrified. And if you look at some of the maps, and I looked at it last night, and I look at my district, they're taking me, look like all the way into the east side, which I grew up in. I know a lot of people over there. And they're trying, and they're merging, look like all the district, and in no disrespect, because I love all the districts in the Pontiac, but we all know there's some district is better off than some other districts. And when I say this is that Veronica's correct. The last time they brought these maps, we asked them, they had mentioned that the people were going to have some kind of input. See, I think what people forget when they get elected, that you're a servant. It's a special person got to be elected. You got to want to serve people, and that's all my life. I'm even doing hair. I used to own my own beauty shop. I always serve people. That's what I do. I accept my gift from God. Some people have run for politics for money, for status, or they want to be with the party. I don't run with nobody but Jesus. I don't run with nobody, so I don't have that problem. If you hadn't brought the people to the table, you wouldn't have these concerns. I keep saying the same thing every week, week in, week out. I have people call me, Councilman Miller, what is going on? Blah, blah, blah. Why this? This here is going to hurt us. And then you got to look at it this way. If I was going to run for council or anybody in my district, District 5, I'm now over in 6 somewhere. So my constituents that used to me or you running up there, you're in a whole different district, seems like most of you. The good thing about me is that I know everybody. So I don't care where I run. Because I done worked all over the city with mayors and stuff. And my work speaks for itself. I don't worry about stuff like that. I think, and I tell my constituents, this is a political atmosphere. There's a lot of politics down here. That's why I don't like church and state in here, because there ain't no church in here. And then what this is, because I've been there. I've worked here. I sat there. I know what goes on. And it's all politics. Most of these maps been drawn so somebody can win districts when they run for office. That's coming up in 2025. That's all this is. Figure it out, people. City of Pontiac. Come down, speak, and like Miss Stevens, Jesse Stevens, Velma Stevens, Miss Davenport, some of my old idol, Carlton, I never forgot where I come from. They taught me well. Respect and fight for what you believe in the people. Tell the people the truth. They can accept it or not. That's what this is all about. It's about politics. Somebody's running, they want to run the district so they want to make it good for themselves. But you know what? God is good. He always fixes it.
Please state your name and address.
Oh, are you sure they want my address? Oh, okay. Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd Street, Pontiac, Michigan.
Catherine Desrow, 1200 Colony Lane. I hate both of these maps. First of all, you never came to my district meetings and talked to us. You never asked us what we wanted. You never asked us what we needed. I don't have a problem with redistricting. I understand the overall reasoning for it. That makes sense. But District 5 tends to be marginalized to start with. And nobody says that, but I will. We have a very interesting district. We have thousands of renters who in general do not participate in the electoral process. And when they do, they're not hooked to the city. They are temporary people. In District 5 and what's below us? District 4? District 6. Where's the high school involved in that? It's in 5? Okay. It's okay. If you can read these maps, which no human being on earth can read these, because they are so minuscule that I can't figure out what road which goes where. But I would have appreciated, and I think everyone would have, if you had come to each district and told us what you were planning, what the logic behind it was, where the people involved. And it's important, and it should be important to you guys. You're the people involved as well. And we could have kept 7. Charter says we can't now, by simply making an historic district in the center of downtown. But since that is not going to happen, at least give us time to have something to say, because that's what I'm hearing from every corner. We didn't have anything to say about it, and they feel marginalized.
Linda Watson, 525 California. I'm like everybody else. It started off with 5, and then all of a sudden today I get 2 to pick from. But of the 2, I would still pick A. Not that I really want to, because what you've done to District 1, I would call criminal. It's the highest voting district. And B wants to put it over with the industrial area. Are you trying to block the votes? It's all politics. May I suggest, as a start, you do boundaries based on the major streets. So for District 1, Woodward, Orchard Lake, Telegraph. That's my thought. I heard about redistricting 40 years ago. And you're right, it's shrinking. And we're not getting people wanting to move in because of the school system. And now you want to break up the best voting place. I've been on the South Side 70 years. We're active, very active. Thank you.
Dr. Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac. I have basically 2 questions about this, and then I want to reflect on some of the comments that other people made in terms of not making really decipherable maps so people can make determined decisions about where the streets are. I think when you presented these a few weeks ago, I said, why don't you put up charrettes like we normally do, blow them up, and then people can see the maps and the actual outlines. This is not satisfactory, not what could have been done. So that could have been very, very easily done. And so now you come down and you say you want to vote on this in January the 7th, and people are just now, they don't even have maps that they can really decipher that well. But my 2 questions are, number 1, when you originally presented these maps, a couple weeks ago I think it was, there were 5 of them. There were 5 choices, A to E. Now there's only 2. So the public hearing, I thought, was for you to hear what the feedback was. So what discussion went on that you now have chosen only 2 and 3 have been taken out? Who had that discussion, and was that a meeting at which, who had the authority to change that? So now we only have 2 choices. That's my first question. The people who make up the agendas are the mayor's office and I think the council president do. So whose decision was it to limit the choices and make decisions for us that people say they haven't had a chance to participate in yet? The second question is related to the fact that by the revised city charter, because there are 6 districts, and that means there will only be 6 council seats for each district, 1 for each district, and then 1 at large. But in the charter, and there's something that's very confusing in the charter. This was brought up before. In fact, it was written in the Oakland Press. And that as you decide once you decide where these districts are, then you got to decide who can run for them and what the eligibility. And it says in the charter, and the language that's confusing is it says that the eligible elector can run for a district seat, one of the district seats, except and it seemed to say except for the current holders of those seats. So, I mean, it doesn't, it's kind of confusing, but it seems to, as the Oakland Press seems to conclude, that it outlines the current people who sit in those seats. Now, that was brought, oh, maybe you, was that a joke? You already have the answer to it. But that was brought up at a council meeting, and the city attorney at that time said she would have to deliver an opinion because it may be, it's what the people voted on and not what you intended to say. And we know that's what was voted on. So we're waiting for that opinion. Apparently, the city attorney has walked away like the other heads that have, so I'm still waiting for the answer to that question.
Marcus Bowman, 268 West Pike, Pontiac, Michigan, 48341. Yes, I'm back. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm just realizing a lot of this is all counterproductive, and let's just stop playing politics when it comes to explaining this to the community. The Charter Revision Board changed the charter. They voted to change the charter. And the way politics works, since I refuse to play politics, I'll show you how much I know about it. There was no blocker that I know of for it, and nobody put any money behind it. So the community has to take accountability as well, that we don't have a lobbyist to lobby for us for some of these things that we don't want to see go through. Now, if you want to talk about the reality of what I see in both maps, if you're serving your community, what does it matter who's the biggest voting district? If you have a base, you galvanize your own base. Pontiac don't have more than 3,000 voters every Pontiac election, maybe 4. So if you really want to know what the problem is us. That's the problem. Why are we not noticing the elephant in the room? So for all the politicians that want to play politics, keep in mind and remember, I know how to play politics. And I'm letting you know that this is not all on one party. This is on the community as well, too. So we have to empower our community and let them know how to attack these things that they don't want to see brought in their community. That's the sign of a true civic leader and a true politician. They know how to manipulate the community to get what the community wants. And the politics is to control the outside entities from taking over the community. Now, for those who don't like that, I'm sorry. But if I take a choice, I'll pick map A, if that's what we're here for. Because really, if you don't know all of that, everything else is really pretty much counterproductive. And I don't want to sound sarcastic for saying it, but please stop insulting our intelligence with these politics and these semantics. People don't like to hear this, but this is what we need to hear. So I could take 55 more seconds and say blah, 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 blibbity, blah, blibbity, blah, 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 and nobody will hear. But the reality of it is we never fought back for what we didn't want to see happening. So with that, I'll say thank you. Have a good night. I gave somebody else an extra 30-some seconds. There you go.
Yeah, Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive. You know, the young lady who came up and talked earlier, that's just a point. She made a point about a downtown district. It might be something we might want to consider, to be truthful. We know that Oakland County is moving downtown. That area is going to be reconfigured. It's going to be a whole different type of ski-low in that area now. So if you made a district that's a downtown district, because we know when it's trying to interface downtown with one community, it sometimes is problematic. So we might want to look at starting in the circle where that downtown is and looking at how that right there can be its own area to fit some of the criterias, and then start redividing up our city. But one thing that was loud and clear, and this is not the first time, the citizens did not participate properly in this process. We cannot bring in consultants. We cannot get just the council by itself. We can't get the administration by itself and make decisions for our city like this. We just can't do it. That's not the way you do it. There's no way that we can have an agenda saying we're going to have a public hearing about something and then have another item that's right on, because now you're not taking the public's advice. You got to listen and be able to react to what the public have to say. We have to be involved with something as important as this. I truly would say, I don't understand what was the rhyme and reason for dividing the maps up like you did. Mike, I appreciate you saying some criteria, and I can see where they was trying to make all the districts be equal in size, but there's a lot of other factors that we need to consider when we try to do this. And if you incorporate us, the people, we the people in it, then we got buy-in. Let's just don't go through the process and say we have to have a public hearing. Let's do one. Okay, public hearing open, public hearing closed. Let's move on. That's not going to fly any longer here in the city of Pontiac. It's not going to fly that way. I'm all game for going with our new charter. I'm going to try to learn it myself because I'm still trying to understand it. But one thing for sure, you have to engage us residents in all the processes for it to be successful. Thank you.
Rick David, 28 Franklin Boulevard. I would second what Carlton said. When I first came to Pontiac, Franklin Boulevard Historic District was part of number 2. And the allegiance of those two communities were really quite strong. So I heard a letter from Renee that Mike read, but I think that synergy of Franklin Boulevard with District 2 it just really makes a lot of sense. So, and I would like you to delay this decision too. Kermit said you have till April. I don't know if that's true or not, but split the difference and have the people have some more input and see where we can be. But Franklin Boulevard Historic District really fits within District 2. Amen.
And we did make the window for this evening's public hearing 3 minutes instead of 2 to try and give people more time.
Good evening, Chris Northcross, 168 Astorwood, Pontiac, Michigan. And I'm looking at the maps, and I do see a lot of trade-offs with either map, but I would go with map A. I do agree with the items that have been stated so far in the process for drawing the maps. I think it's important to have equal distribution of population among the different areas. I think it's also good to have many features distributed about that are in the city distributed as equally as possible among the different areas. In terms of public engagement, I guess we became aware that this would be an activity that we'd have to engage in November, and here it is December. And I'm not sure how many of the council people, but I don't think the council people were the ones driving this. I guess it's always good. You know, one of my profs used to say design is an iterative process, going back, looking at them again and again and again, maybe adding in some features. But I do really feel that this idea of one, population, 2, trying to keep compactness with a test of how well that was done, looking at the distribution of certain demographics throughout the city is important to do to arrive at something that's relatively balanced, not always the fairest to each and every person, but relatively balanced, that I think will give us a chance 10 years in the future once the next census comes to make some other adjustments. And I think that Pontiac is going to be growing. I think we already have enough projects on the books where we're going to see some big growth in Pontiac. Whether we call it gentrification or not, I don't know, but it will be some growth. Also, I don't think that we should. I think we should try and break some of the chains that we've had in Pontiac for a number of years. This is one of the reasons. If you remember, back in 1970, that we had forced busing was the segregation of many of the areas in Pontiac. We still have vestiges of that. We still have big open areas where GM has moved out. So in trying to balance those things, I see that attempt here. Is this an ideal map? No. Probably some more iterations, yes. I'm not sure the sensitivity of if you move a line over 3 streets and the population goes up, are you outside of the deviation? Does that mean you have to balance something else? But I would go with map A. Thank you.
Any other requests to speak during the public hearing? Any other requests? Yes, sir. And for those at home, and then after tonight, the online versions, you can zoom in really close with clear text. So feel free to play with that. But we hear the great feedback about blowing up district by district, so that way folks can start visualizing that. The map that you see, the red lines that you are showing, that it's overlaid, those are the existing districts. So it's trying to show, and zoomed in maps can and help that be even clearer to show how there's changes from one district now to what would they be in the future. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Yeah. Short and sweet. Kenneth White, 558 Wyoming, Pontiac, Michigan. Not in favor of either one, but I'll go with A. I think A is the best one to go with. Thank you.
Other requests to speak during the public hearing? It's up to this council. Do you want to add 1 minute for our round 2? You could do a minute, but I hope it's fresh. Oh, we got somebody for a first time. We'll give Deborah the floor. All right. Her new hips moving.
The old hip, which is going to be replaced. Thank you. Again, welcome. For me, I'm glad to be here tonight, and I'm standing on my tippy toes because I'm not quite tall enough today. But I was looking at the map, and I'm learning about the map, and I'm looking at the districts, looking at the population, looking at my people that are being kind of shifted around a little bit. That makes a difference for the voting because we are having more and more Hispanic voters in our communities. So I need to understand the map a little bit more before I really can make a public comment. But I'll be back. Oh, I'm Deborah Ehrman. I don't live in Pontiac, but I work 25 years at Central Multicultural here in Pontiac on 91 North Saginaw, and represent a lot of the community, which is Hispanic community as well.
I don't have to repeat my address or nothing. Real quick.
No, I think we're good. As long as the clerk's cool. Is the clerk cool with that?
I just want to say these 2 things. I want growth for the city of Pontiac more than anybody in the city. But you cannot give growth when you don't include the people, we the people, in the decisions. And how are we going to grow when every day I talk to some young person, homeless, no housing in the city of Pontiac, workforce development, Carlton been talking about it for 3 years. If you don't include these people in this, are we included in this new Pontiac? That's what they're asking me in the streets. Are we included? When you say we growing, who you mean growing? Because the ones I'm looking at ain't growing. They're hurting. I see the girl today, she couldn't buy food for kids. That's what I'm talking about. Until you involve the people, until you hit the ground. One thing I did, and I don't play politics. Anybody know me? That's probably why I'm not there, because I don't. It's in you who you are. You can't buy me. I'm not for sale. I done seen so many people for sale. It makes me sick. You play politics when you want to play politics. That is what this is. Fact.
Thinking is a very valuable thing. Now, in these districts, they have something called the CDC. So you're going to change that around too, and people, they got to reestablish themselves? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about maybe the district is larger? I don't know if that applies to the taxes or something. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to call the county and ask them that. I'm not sure about that. But this is like somebody just had a wise idea to change some district and just to go and try to copy the city of Detroit. Detroit is a $1 billion baby. We are not and may never be. We probably were at one time, but GM is gone. And then I'm right. Nobody's right but me. I've talked about 4 of those charter people not to do this. If nobody listened to me, you're going to get bit. You're going to get bit bad. If you can't do a map, Kerwin-Williams, you will not get my vote because this is ridiculous. This is disgusting. Thank you.
I love it. Everybody has good ideas. But the one thing, the major thing, what is redistricting for? It's all about voting. That's its only purpose. Now,
so we don't have to give our address no more? Okay. So this is the question I have for the council, since you guys are participating in this map. Right behind Franklin School, there's a lot of homes back there that's considered Bloomfield, that's actually in Pontiac. So is that the start of redistricting as well and turning certain little areas into the city that they're next door to? Do you kind of understand the question? Annex, yeah. Is that your intent, to try to annex some of the borderline homes? Because it's done like that in District 1. Ms. Rutherford?
We'll answer it after the public hearing.
Okay, do you know what I'm speaking about? Okay.
Any other requests to speak during the public hearing? Any other requests to speak during the public hearing? Any other requests to speak during the public hearing? It is now closed at 8:13 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your community feedback. This process gets stronger as you provide feedback. The direct feedback that residents offered at the previous public hearing, at council meetings, to your district council members, at your district meetings, impacted the versions that you see here. And we heard loud and clear in November when you said you didn't like any of them. So that's part of the reason why that feedback was also given to the professional map maker. It's the same map maker that did the task 10 plus years ago for the city then, and who had done it for Oakland County for decades as well. He's since retired from the county. So the county, the city has been engaging with that professional map maker because, to the question I think Mr. Northcross raised, if you move a neighborhood or you move a street or something, you got to try and figure out how to keep that musical chairs going so that way there's evenness of population, and there's computer software to help do that. We certainly didn't want to get in the business of trying to screw that up. Ms. Watson made the comment about it's essentially about voting, and I just want to emphasize that's what's really important about the timeline. What we want to make sure is that the clerk's office and all the professionals that they have working, that once the maps are determined, the boundaries, the voting precincts have to be updated, and the voting locations have to be updated. For example, as a District 7 resident, everyone that lives in District 7, the current boundaries that will be ending, we all vote at Salvation Army Holland Center. And there are 3 precincts based within our district. So the clerk and professionals that they'll consult with to make sure it's done right have to do that before it's election time, before it's voting time. Everyone will receive new voting cards when that happens, and we'll work to try and communicate that as much as possible. But we know the deal. We know that there are people today that might think they're living in one council district, but they're remembering it from 10, 12 years ago. And we know that it's going to be an ongoing education evolution process. But right now, with 7 districts, there's about 8,500 people per district based on when the census count happened. So when the census count got updated, we now know where everyone lives, at least what was reported in the census. And we now have to have about 10,250 or so people in each district, each council district. So it's got to grow by about 1,800. I don't want to get the math wrong, but each district's got to grow by thousands. So that means there's no way around making the lines change. They have to change in a dramatic way because we go from 7 to 6, and we got to make it where there's a few thousand more in each district. But thank you for this feedback so we can help improve the process, improve the engagement with the community, improve the resources and materials you have as we work toward the process. But I raised that about the precincts. The charter language that was adopted states that it must be done by April. So that's the firm deadline. But there's two factors that we've already begun hearing from the community and from the professionals that work for us, such as the clerk's office. They're going to need time to update all those voter rolls about where we all live, all the new districts that we live in, map out new precincts, figure out where there's logical places from the existing voting locations, how that gets sorted out. And we want to do that in enough time so we don't crunch into when it's getting close to that. Also, candidate filing deadlines will come in towards the end of April. So if we waited till then, we're limiting the opportunity for you, your neighbors, to either decide where to run or whose petitions to sign. And that it throws a big curveball. So we're not trying to jam it. We just want to provide enough adequate windows for those two essential processes that are already spelled out in other parts of the charters too. It's trying to balance all those demands to make sure it works well. So it will not be decided tonight. All we're doing is essentially, one, this latest public hearing. The council will confer with one another, see what other ways we can keep getting that information out and getting feedback from you. This tonight, after this public hearing, is just the first reading. It will not be approving any particular map. Okay, so with that, the public hearing is concluded. We can talk about it further if there's a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, so it's now before us. Again, we don't got to sort out which map or should there be different versions, but this is an opportunity for council members to reflect on the process or on maps as they are, or what you would like to see happen moving forward. To one of the public hearing participants, the mayor has not been involved in this process or setting the agenda in that respect. The charter tasks the council with doing it, so we're trying to, in collaboration with the clerk's office, pull that off. But this is trying to make it work for all of us. We want it something that works and is viable and accomplishes what we're legally required to by the charter in enough time, so that way the election doesn't get screwed up, or the next term of the charter and the council doesn't get screwed up. But you had your hand first, Pro Tem.
No, I was going to actually say thank you for explaining the overall process. We heard a lot of good things from the community tonight. That definitely is key. I just want to say just how tough this job is, to try to please the entire city as well as please 7 council people. It's a very tough process. And even when I look at these two maps, District 6 takes a great big hit. Proposal A actually is not as extreme as Proposal B. But I do understand the concept of making sure these maps meet different deviations of 10,000 people, as well as racial diversity within each of these districts. I haven't stated which map I will vote for publicly. I haven't went on Facebook. I haven't done any of that, because I think it's very important that we get to a point of being comfortable with making a decision on these maps. So I'm hoping that the president and the council continues to listen to the community, but I also hope that the council thinks about the big picture and not just individual districts. Thank you.
Other discussion on the motion of the first reading? I'm sorry, Clerk Doyle?
Yeah. So there are actually 2 versions of the ordinance, one with proposed Plan A and one with proposed Plan B. So I don't know how the council wants to move forward, or if that language where it says it is hereby ordained that the city council adopts city council districts as represented in proposed Plan A. Maybe that's stricken from one of the ordinances, so we can actually approve a first reading of an ordinance. You see, in the packet that was online, posted, has one ordinance that talks about both proposals, and then it says it is hereby ordained that the city council adopts city council districts as represented in proposed Plan A, and then one says in proposed Plan B.
Okay.
But if you would maybe just strike, so then we can actually approve a first reading, and then the honorable body makes some kind of determination as to how they move forward in the future.
So the resolution for approval of the first reading of the City of Pontiac redistricting maps ordinance pursuant to the new Pontiac Home Rule Charter spells out the process, and it says, now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council has selected and adopted the first reading of a proposed new redistricting map in accordance with the Pontiac Home Rule Charter. So the resolution itself doesn't speak to which map to ultimately sort of keep being in the running or be further in the mix. And then there are two ordinance versions, an ordinance adopting 6 revised and reapportioned city council districts. So the Clark Hill Law Firm has prepared these two ordinances. I think it would make most sense to allow us more time to keep deliberating further and hearing feedback, that we, for this first reading, strike the letter A, and so it just reads proposed plan, and then allows council to substitute which would be the plan that the consensus, or at least the stronger consensus from the community and council becomes. What's the council's read on that? Do you think that would be satisfactory, Clerk Doyle? There's always a 1% chance that the attorneys will come back and say, oh, no, we want it a different way.
Oh, there's the...
Oh, there's an attorney in the house. Oh, at her final meeting, the fantastic and accomplished city attorney for the city of Pontiac for a few hours further, city attorney Joanne Gurley. How are you tonight? Yes, give her a hand.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry that you've only been with us for a year or not even, but you've really, really improved the service to the city of Pontiac and to the city council. So on our behalf, on all citizens' behalf, thank you.
Thank you. And so I would like to hear your question. I understand it might be whether or not the resolution that's before you on the 2 proposed maps should be part of what your resolution is this evening.
Essentially, what's your counsel, and if you need some time, you don't have to answer it immediately on the fly. The resolution itself doesn't speak to name a proposed,
Right.
Which sort of ordinance, Plan A or Plan B. And we have an ordinance boilerplate language that, would it be satisfactory if we strike for now to satisfy the first reading, we just remove which plan is identified? Or do you think that causes concern for you?
No, that does not. At the time, we weren't sure whether or not there was going to be a formal vote taken, and so we wanted to cover our bases in case you did decide upon one of the 2 proposed maps. But to remove that line would be sufficient, that there was a first reading of proposed maps this evening.
Okay. Yes, Councilman. The resolution that I read, that doesn't identify exactly, but really that resolution accompanies an ordinance. Is that right,
That
Attorney
is
Gurley?
correct.
So basically, like this is the attachment or the exhibit. In that exhibit, if this council's up for it, we'll just do a quick amendment removing the specific proposed plan.
Yes.
So that way this satisfies the first reading and allows us to keep going to second or more readings.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend the ordinance attachment to remove the reference to A and make it so it just says representative proposed plan?
So moved.
Okay. All right, it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Attorney Gurley, do you think that satisfies what we need for the first reading?
To remove the phrase that you identified, yes.
Okay. All right, so instead of proposed Plan A, that first it is hereby ordained, it would read as representative in proposed plan or plans? What works better, Clerk Doyle or Attorney Gurley?
Plural.
Okay. So, Councilwoman Rutherford, does that represent the motion you'd like to make?
Yes.
And do you
Yes.
confirm your second? All right, Clerk Doyle, any clarity on the language we have before us? Council, any discussion on that motion? Councilman Parker. Correct, the resolution, that's what we're ultimately going to vote on, and what we were just amending is, if you go further, the next up, we have to have at least an attachment, the ordinance language. And so in that attached ordinance language, we're removing a specific plan for us to amend it at a future city council meeting with which plan and which map. Any further discussion? Councilman Parker. Yeah.
We're just voting that we read it.
Read it for a first time.
read.
Yep.
We're not voting anything
No,
else.
no maps are being adopted tonight or this calendar year unless there's some bizarre act of God. Pardon me? Right now, we're just voting on the amendment, removing A and making it proposed plans. Thank you. We're voting on the amendment, Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're now back to the main motion as amended. Councilman, I think James's hand had been earlier, so Councilman James, followed by Councilman Goodman.
Yeah, we're still talking about these two plans, right?
Broadly, yes.
Okay, my comment is that a lot of this, our hands have really been greatly constrained because of the timing that President McGinnis shared. We're in a very tight time frame. I, too, am concerned that residents have not had the chance to interact with these plans as well as what I would like to see. Even if we were, I have no meeting scheduled for the rest of the year, not until the end of January, but I would be willing to call special meetings to try to allow residents of District 4 to have more of an opportunity to interact. But I'm wondering, at this late date, and we really are, I mean, the election was in November. And a lot has happened since November, and we really are in a very, very strict time frame here. And the question is, even if we could go out to the community and have some special meetings, which I would be more than willing to do, are we in the position to tweak anything at this point? I guess that would be my question to President McGinnis, because it's no sense in going out and asking people what would they do or what would they see changed if we're really not in the position at this point to do any kind of tweaking. So that would be my question, because I would want to know that before I personally went out and tried to get, more input from residents of District 4.
Okay. Excellent questions, both. There is certainly the possibility of requesting more versions, more edits. That just each cycle adds more time. Yeah. So in terms of when the map maker is able to do it. But we also just want to make sure when we're going out or providing public hearings, we're doing on maps that may be considered. You know what I mean? That we want to keep providing those windows so that way people are looking at what's under consideration. So that still is able to happen. But to your point, if District 4 was to have an early January or mid-January gathering, it could be virtual too, where they're providing feedback on of the plans, what do they want, or they like Plan X if there was 2 more streets shifted, et cetera. But each time that happens, it's sort of like the balancing act of all the other interests of all the other parts of the city too. And I think there might have been one more question. If it comes to me, I'll.
Yeah, no, that's it. Just bottom line, though, is, I mean,
whether we like it or not, or whether we get input or not, is it going to be a vote on A and B? That's what, that's at the heart of it. Regardless of the feedback.
Councilman Goodman.
So a couple things. First, I kind of want to address what feels like a pointed comment about Facebook posting. I mean, I think no one should be judged for doing their job with a council person and educating the community about a process that is happening that affects them. There's a reason why 35 people shared it who I don't even know, don't know me from a can of paint. So that's the first thing. I think it's very important that we're doing our job to educate the community and let them know about this process, because there are a lot of people who you've heard mentioned tonight that they did not know what was happening. Now, I know that we know good and well what was happening because we do this every single week. There are people who come to this meeting every single week who know what's happening because they show up here every single week. But the entire thing that I've learned over this past weekend, since I made that Facebook post that a couple people have gotten on me about, a lot of people have shown a lot more interest in this redistricting process because it has to happen. People need to know more. I very much hear that we are very much on a timeline, and that it was a timeline that we did not choose to be on. But I do think that there is definitely space in here for us to be able to take some more time and to be able to do some community outreach. I mean, I know that I personally will be doing some town halls, hopefully between now and the 7th. During my own time to figure out how to just get some feedback from the community, whether it's taken into account or not, being able to gather that input from the community. So I, would love to work with you, Councilwoman James, or any of my other colleagues who would want to do that, because I do think that while we are running short on time, especially because we want to make sure that people have time to collect signatures, right? I am definitely not the person who is afraid of any race whatsoever. So I think it's very important that we do that sooner rather than later, but I don't want us to rush it because it seems very apparent that even the people who have an opinion on the maps still don't feel like they have had enough time to digest them or to talk to the people who are in their community and their surrounding area. So I think that we should take some more time, not take forever, but take some more time on trying to get some feedback from the community.
Thank you. And part of the reason why we have public hearings built into city council meetings is the trickiness of quorum. Because talking about which maps to go with or what we want to see in maps it's a function of council. So if we have 4 or more council members at a town hall or at a, even on a Zoom, but I just want to flag that for council members that I encourage that, I welcome that, but be strategic so that way there aren't 4 or more council members interacting with that experience, because then it's outside of the Open Meetings Act, outside of a posted public meeting, discussing something that would come before City Council. So that's part of the reason why in November, in December, and likely in January, we'd have public hearings, so that way all 7 can hear it. It can be, shared with the community. It can help influence collectively that decision. So I just want to flag that, because that gets tricky. And it makes it harder for the council to be able to pull off that town hall engagement. We could still think creatively about it. I just want to make sure no one's, 4 or more council members are interacting or engaging in that way, so that way we can keep the public being able to participate in the process. Okay, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I think at least what I've heard here is the community has said, we understand the time restraints, but we want a voice. If I heard what we said, and I recall we got the maps probably early November, they were discussed at the meeting in November, one of the council meetings in November, and now we're to the middle of December. I know I handed mine out at the district meeting on the 14th of November, and they was explained as best they could be explained at that point in time. You were sick, so you didn't know, Captain. That's right. And so as I sit here and listen to it, and I did a small thing, I think we had more people who said either no or delay than any of the other groups that we had. And so if we are listening to people, and we should be listening to the community, they've said give us a little bit more time to digest what you have put before us, understand what you've put before us, and then be able to vote on what you have put before us. We are not asking for anything that other than what we should get as citizens. And so as I look at it, I think what we need to do, and I know that we got time constraints and we can call special meetings, and for the most part, we'll get what we get because everybody that stands here don't come there. And so we know that, but I think we need to listen to what the community has said at this meeting and see if we can work at least one or two town halls in there someplace between now and the time that we need to have all this wrapped up. That's what I had to say.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jones.
Thank you. Okay, someone posed a question, and I assume this is going to, depend on which street we're talking about, but someone posed the question, how much this population, would deviate by moving the lines one or two streets over, or whether or not we are still in that, 10% of the population in each. So I don't know if an answer was given to that, but is that better? Okay. So I would like some clarity on that, but I also just want to say that of my constituents who have reached out via email, it has also been apparent that an additional, or a period, town hall would be much appreciated. I do not think that this group would be very receptive to Zoom, even though that would be most convenient for me. However, with the holidays coming up and people with traveling plans, I'm still willing to join a council member on an actual town hall in person. Perhaps part of it can be live streamed as well for extra accessibility. I just want to throw that out there that I'm interested in that. But of the constituents who have reached out to me, and this would be about 34 of you, most of you prefer Map A and would really be happy about Map A if we could take that line and include Franklin Boulevard. And that's what I have advocated for. I typed up an entire list of feedback from constituents at that time. That does not include all the feedback since those first 5 maps were given and now these new 2. However, if that could, and that's why I'm asking about, without cutting into our timeline, of course, that has been mentioned for several reasons, just how much that population would shift if we could move it over, 3 or so streets to include Franklin Boulevard. And, we could even put it there.
To your question, it's 1% population deviation. So each of all the districts have to be within 1% of each other. Each street is different, so I can't say definitively, if you move my street and my neighboring street, that's 10 people. That ain't much. That's just the nature of Union Street and Victory Court. But some streets have hundreds of people, just it depends on, is there apartment buildings? So what's the density of certain blocks? So that would be in consultation with the map maker. That map maker did hear that feedback because that came up in November. In terms of that interest. So it definitely was something that he must have tried to do some map computations or permutations. That was received by multiple residents. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way that we can reach out to the map maker to ask these specific questions, just to see what we're looking at as far as timeline, or is he done for the year?
I'm sure. I mean, we can work with the clerk's office. He's a pro, so he'd be able to answer a lot more expertly because he was trying to look for thoroughfares or how could major roads help be a partial divider? How can it be looked at? I don't know enough legally about what compactness means. That's something that is his level of expertise and has been sorted out in the courts over decades. I mean, in part, this is to make sure that it's legally sound and would withstand legal challenge. So that's why all the versions in November and now all the versions in December, they are looking through all those different requirements so that way there's communities of interest, the voting, the demographics of each of the districts. On the bottom of your map, for those at home or here, and this can be zoomed into, but it shows the new 6 districts, what's the total population, the deviation, the non-Hispanic white population, Hispanic population, non-Hispanic black population, non-Hispanic Asian population, Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, and some other race. So it breaks down all the race and the different populations of deviation because that's one of the legal standards. So you can look at that for each of the current proposed maps and the initial round of maps as well.
So, sir, I will be looking into that to see if we can include Franklin Boulevard. This is not only your request, this has been the request of many of my constituents, even for those who were more favorable to Map B. And I just think from a District 2 perspective, we would be mostly at peace if we can include that subdivision within our boundaries. So that's all I'm going to say.
Other discussion on this first reading? Again, many more conversations to be had. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of that resolution for it being read a first time.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Okay. That motion carries. We're at number 5 on the agenda for those following along. Is there a motion to adopt? Oh, excuse me, we just did that. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right, cross that off. Now we're at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials that wish to give an update about their position? Hearing none, we are at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests tonight?
Yeah, we have several. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Order in the chambers.
Okay. Yeah, I too was very interested in hearing the finalization of the ARPA funding. Since we didn't get a lot of clarity on that tonight, I support the council trying to get a good understanding. It seems a little confusing as far as I hadn't did a lot of checking as how the verification of that December 31st date. But for what I heard tonight, I will do some checking to see this portal being closed at a particular time when they're saying it's a closing date and it's closed. Just something just doesn't match up right on that. But that item was one I was really interested in hearing and how we was going to make sure, because I want to get some clarity too. When it says the funding need to be spent in 2 years, saying it's obligated, then you're saying it's spent. Is it saying that the city spends it? Because I'm just not quite sure, because some of the funding didn't go through this MOU process. So is it considered spent once you go ahead and contract it with somebody? Or is it considered spent when whomever you contracted with is completed with the ever services they were providing? I'm just not quite clear on that. So if we can get some clarity of what is it when it means that it must be spent, it's just not clear. So that was the item that I wanted to speak to. Once we had some clarity, I thought it was going to come up in the presentation. So that was my item on the agenda. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Mr. Kermit Williams.
Good evening. First, I was going to speak on the maps, but I changed my mind because we had a public hearing. Just to let all the general public know, I'm not drawing any maps. That's why I'm up here arguing about them, because I haven't drawn any. So just wanted to make sure that we had clarity. But on a more serious note, I'm concerned about Ernest Young not showing up for a crucial ARPA feedback loop along with it. And President McGinnis, you said that you spoke with the Congresswoman. I spoke with her earlier this month, and she was talking about the deadline would not be extended. My question for the council and the administration is, what is the clawback policy or indemnification for the city if Ernest Young doesn't deliver on what they said they were going to do. I know they're the experts, and we've kind of outsourced this particular project to them. What happens in the event that some of these dollars are not actually allocated or obligated by the time that they need to be there? What if these MOUs do not suffice for that particular provision? Is there anything in the Ernest Young contract that is going to make the city whole for any portion of this $14.7 million that is not there? I understand that the council is trying to work in good faith to get that through the finish line, but for them not to show up or to send a representative tonight with a PowerPoint is absolutely not only disrespectful, but disheartening for the taxpayers of the city of Pontiac. As you mentioned, President McGinnis, on the other note, that there are things in the general fund, but that doesn't mean that the books have been balanced or rectified. I want to say this because when I took office the first time, it was in emergency management, and the emergency manager had come here before we spent a dime. The city was $6 million in deficit, and they filled that hole in Waterford that they had by outsourcing our fire department to Waterford. That law, through all the things that they've done in Langbuck, that's my time? Oh, thank you. All right, good evening.
Dr. Didra Waterman.
Before we get off the redistricting question, I just want to remind you that the two questions I answered, neither one were answered. Okay. The first one, just to remind you, was that I asked, we're supposed to be having public hearings so you get the public advice, but before we had the public hearing and got the public advice, the decision had already been made to take off 3 of the choices. So my question to you was, whose authority went ahead and changed what was given to the people and just made a facade of having a public hearing? Nobody answered that. And when you know the answer to that, you know who's really making the decisions in this government, when you're really having a facade of taking it to the people and let them decide. That wasn't answered. And the other question, too, I saw the attorney was here, a question that she was going to answer for us regarding the what was in the poorly written section of the charter still hasn't been answered, and at some point it's going to have to be answered. And you're crushing us into this time frame, as you say, but the election was in August. So that shows that's the competence of setting an agenda in an administration when you're waiting till the deadline, for us to make a decision and saying, oh, we don't have enough time. Well, that's the problem. All right, but I really wanted to talk about the ARPA money because 3 years of handling this, and you finally got to the finish line here. And in the 3 years, some of us came and said, hey, look, we saw how you wanted to spend it, but we wanted to add some things to it. And in that 3 years, we didn't have some success. One of the things was you added back the chore program. You added more money to the home repair. It would have been a lot more money if you hadn't put that $10 million in the general fund. You could have had 400 more homes. And also the small business grants. You increased that from 1.2 to another to 2 million. And it looks like there's another $400,000 is wandering around. So, but we'll keep our eye on the money. Okay.
Ms. Linda Watson. Renee Beckley.
I'm going to keep harping on this because this redistricting thing is not right. I mean, it came out of the blue. I tell you, half the city does not know what's going on. You're going to have a lot of confused people when it's time to vote, and maybe a crucial vote. And you're going to have a confused election because people in Pontiac, they'll take that card, Mr. Dole said, oh, okay, I got this. And some people forget, they're busy, they don't keep up. They don't know what's going on in the city. Half the city doesn't even know any of your names. I don't care if it's Melanie. I know she's been in the paper singing and stuff, but you ask them who's your council person, they don't know and don't care, but a lot of people. I used to be like that, but, when they started doing crazy stuff in my taxes, and that's back in the Baltimore days, so we'll talk about that another time. But, no, doing this, and I heard demographics and ratio and stuff. That sounds like gentrification to me. I know what that is. You're trying to change the city. You're going to have a South Africa here. You keep on. You know, the state going to be run. You're going to have people like Schimmelback. You're shrinking the city. You're making it smaller. There is no reason for that charter commission to put that in that charter. There was nothing wrong with those districts the way they were. And it's going to be confused. And then everybody got to get reintroduced. So who's going to switch? And then you're going to take problems. And see, I mean, I like to see William walking up in some of those places that he's going to get that he's not familiar with what I just mentioned. I'm not downgrading those people or nothing. It's not the people. It's the problems that happen there. That's what I'm thinking. And the response with the police saying, that's tax dollars, fire runs, that's tax dollars. You have to think this. Y'all not thinking. And then you're going to say, oh, we should have listened to Renee. And that's what's going to happen. Believe me.
Thank you, Ms. Beckley. Rick David? Tamika Ramsey?
We're going to play the lottery tonight. I agree with Dr. Waterman. There was, look at she like, what? Yes. That's why we're going to play the lottery tonight, girl. There was time. The charter was voted on in August. So now I see why y'all be sitting up here mad at the administration. Because y'all playing in our face. Y'all knew people were asking when was this going to happen. And we have time. And now we don't have time? That's weird. And it's weird on top of the lack of transparency I feel that we have from this council. It's weird on when people ask questions, it's not answered. This is one of the first councils that the closing comments was not to address anything anybody said. How are people going to know what's happening? Your responses. Sometimes, once again, Gloria is asking questions for the general public. She's not asking for her. And when y'all don't answer, then nobody knows, right? And then it allows people to create their own reality and put that out there. And now we're living in the multiverse with dual realities happening and nobody knows exactly what they're doing. We have a president coming into office who don't care about nobody in this city. And we need people that's going to be up there that can fight for us, that are transparent, that we can trust. And I am losing hope that is people up there. We need help. We need to be protected. This city, these residents need people to fight for them. And right now it seems like y'all fighting for yourselves. So we are just asking for more transparency. We are asking for more communication. And we're asking to be treated like y'all work for us because you do. Thank you.
Ms. Darlene Clark.
You know, oh my goodness, I can't top that, Ms. Rams. You did a good job. But then, let me add to this right here. Our mayor, he came in, he said about a year ago, he was going to be transparent. The council went along with this, but they agreed that they want to be transparent. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who know how to run a household. When you bring all your problems to the table at one time, and not let it sink into what you need to do, you can't do it. You bring your problems and you make decisions on the same day you bought your problems. You don't take it away and say, let me think about it. That's why the people has lost trust. Short time, this is not short time. You guys are overwhelmed with too many problems that you're trying to address all by yourself. You're addressing a problem all in one day. You can't do it. You can't. Just to vote on money. You guys are the bank. And let me tell you, everybody who go get the bank for a loan don't always get the loan. I don't care how much good credit they got. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you guys? You have overwhelmed yourself. You came into a system where you was naive. Administration, I told, Mayor, I don't know nothing about you personally. He is a politician and he is an attorney. and he got 7 unexperienced persons there who relied on him instead of relying on thinking about for themselves. And guess what? I bet she asked for some more money today.
Miss Gloria Miller.
Tamika's gone, but she's right on cue. I keep telling people I don't come down here for me. I could be at home watching TV, but I care about them. See, everybody's not meant to be a leader, first of all. Some people follow. I learned a long time ago I'm a leader. But I can follow you if you're making sense. But if you're dumb and crazy, I'm gone. Okay? I'll follow you if you going to do the right thing. I'm with you. I'll stay with you to the end. I'll die with you. But if you're going wrong, Glory gone. Because I believe in karma. What you do to people, you're going to get back. If you take from the people, you may think you're taking from them, but karma, baby. You got to be careful what you do. Now, with her saying that, I want to mention about the ARP money. Tamika mentioned it, but she got it before I got there. We got a new president coming in. And see, what you guys did, now you got the police contract coming, and we don't know what this new president going to do, whether you voted for him or not. It doesn't matter. He's here. And that's why you got to take care of business. Now, Tamika was right. You had that ever since August. You are the legislative. That's the administration. Kumbaya is out when I'm sitting up there with anybody because you're working for the constituent. See, the constituents depends on each council person to relate to them. See, I walk the street. That's why my legs and feet bad. When something come out of my district, I walk the street, knocked on the doors for the people. You got to go to them. You got to meet them where they are. You do that, babe. Great job. You got to meet them where they are. That's why they don't know anything about this stuff. Now, I'm going to say, with this new president coming, you know what? We may not get none of this money. You may not get none of this money. Wouldn't it be a tragedy that we left that 30.7.7 Mayor Waterman that we didn't want to give to you as well, but he did the same thing. That's why I said people are losing trust in their representative because nobody want to tell the truth. And just tell the truth. And this is what I'm afraid of. We're not going to get any of that Harper money because a new administration is coming to town. And you don't know what they're capable of doing.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes agenda address. President Gibbons.
Mr. President, could I take a point of personal privilege to acknowledge a family member in the audience?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I just want to acknowledge that my brother, Hans, is here with us. He lives in Japan, but he came to town a few days ago for the holidays. So thank you, Hans, for sitting in. It's great to have you here.
So it wasn't the public hearing on redistricting that brought you across the Pacific Ocean. Okay, understood.
Some misunderstanding. I thought they said they were handing out free Christmas cookies.
Welcome and season's greetings to you, Mr. Greimel. All right, we're at number 6 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the Oakland County Sheriff Department renewal agreement for 3 years? Moved by Councilman Rutherford and was seconded by Councilman Parker. All right, so this matter is now before us. We give the floor to the administration first for information and introduction.
Thank you. I know we talked a little bit about this last week as well, but I wanted to address the general concept of the sheriff's agreement as well as answer some of the questions that were posed during public comment. This is an agreement, obviously, for a contract for sheriff's services. It's a proposed 3-year contract. About a month ago, the County Commission did vote to substantially increase rates, so that's accurate. I know that we had some members of the public express concern about that, and I think it's something we all are concerned about. I know I'm gravely concerned about it. I want to also, though, mention that in terms of the timing of this contract coming before City Council, that is outside of our control. We have to wait, just like every other community that contracts with the county for sheriff services has to wait, for the County Commission not just to set the rates, which they did about a month ago, but also to approve the final form of the contract, which the County Commission only did last Thursday. So none of us, in terms of the communities who contract with the county for sheriff services, can vote on the contract ourselves until the county approves that form of the contract. And that only happened last Thursday. And unfortunately, this is pretty typical of how the county does this, and it has been the case for many, many years, that the county typically waits until the last minute to approve the final form of the contract, which means that all of those communities, including Pontiac, that contract with the county for sheriff's services, end up approving this late in the year in December. And so this is not a new phenomenon. It's not a good phenomenon, but it's not a new phenomenon, and we really do have to wait until the county approves the contract. The other thing that I would say is that when it comes to the ARPA dollars that were allocated for general fund purposes, almost all of those ARPA funds were formally allocated for sheriff costs, so about $9.675 million, so almost $9.7 million were allocated formally for sheriff's costs. Now, general fund dollars are fungible. You know, if you pay for one thing out of general fund dollars, it means general fund dollars are saved for other purposes. But formally, we allocated, and the council allocated, almost $9.7 million of the $10 million of ARPA dollars for revenue loss, specifically for sheriff's contract costs. And with that, we certainly stand ready to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay. All right, City Council, this is for our consideration, and this is the largest portion of the city's general fund budget expenses. The police contract with the Sheriff Department is by far the largest, and so it's really frustrating to really have to decide this when is upon receipt. The County Commission approved it last week, and if it's not done before the year starts, it's like a take it or leave it kind of situation. We don't have waiting in the wings some other police body or our own internal policing agency. Just want to not oversimplify it, but it's essentially a take it or leave it proposition. I want, if the community's following along at home or here in the chambers, Exhibit A, or page 15 of 18, is really relevant for the proposed contract. It spells out that, should this be adopted, we'd have a total of 109 sheriff's deputies or agents contracted, 1 major, 3 lieutenant, 8 patrol sergeant, 1 detective sergeant, 61 Deputy 2 no-fill shared vehicle positions, 20 detectives, unmarked vehicles, 1 sheriff administrative specialist, 12 building front desk PT&E, which is for part-time not exempt, deputies, that's 12, and 2 for part-time not exempt office support clerk senior. That's 2, as I mentioned. So that's 109 total. In the memo, it spells out the increase year over year that we have experienced recently and what would be proposed in the years to come. This is a prime example of why the vacuum of finance leadership is so painful, because we need to have full up-to-date finances, where are our numbers at, where are our dollars at, so we can plan and forecast. So that way when we're voting on this or other matters, we are doing it clear-eyed and fully understanding together. So recognizing that that's a challenge and recognize that that's a problem that the administration needs to keep fixing, we still have to make this time-sensitive decision. In 2025, the first year, it's a 9.79% increase. Us taxpayers would be paying $1.546 million more in 2025. And that goes up another $1.58 million in 2026, another $1.72 million in 2027. I have met with the county executive and expressed concerns, spoken with our county commissioner, at least one of our county commissioners, a few times as well, to express our strong concerns and to request that if there is a way in which there can be collaboration from the county government that can defray or ease some of the pinch or pain of that, this city, it stands ready to embrace that opportunity, but that's not currently on the table. So with that discussion, Pro Tem Carrington, who chairs our Public Safety Subcommittee. I know he's been following this actively, and you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just want to say that this did come through the Public Safety Committee. Once it was signed that early on Thursday, we also had our public safety meeting that afternoon. And it's very tough for each and every one up here because we do feel that we're in a tough situation where we don't really have too many options to maneuver. But I definitely understand that we cannot go without a police department here in the city of Pontiac. So I'm hoping my colleagues will wholeheartedly support this and give myself and the president the opportunity later to discuss with the county commissioners concerning this contract.
Councilwoman James?
My understanding is that this, the magnitude of the increase is related to a subsidy that Oakland County has been paying out maybe the last 20 years or so, and as of this year, decided that they would not pay that subsidy. And I guess my question is, in case anyone that has talked to Oakland County, why now, and why wasn't, why didn't they do this in a more, to gradually reduce the subsidy as opposed to just, without any notice at all, of just discontinuing it, which is my understanding is what happened and what has caused this major shift in increase of services.
Were you yielding to the mayor?
Whoever might have the answer.
Mayor Crum.
Well, from my perspective, I don't think there is a good answer. I had conversations with a number of county commissioners before they voted on the rates almost a month ago and recommended the exact same thing, that you don't have to eliminate the subsidy in one fell swoop or in one contract term. So it's a good question. I don't, at least from my perspective or my vantage point, there's not a good answer. I know that there are some commissioners who have long criticized the supposed subsidy. I think there's actually some legitimate debate to be had over whether there has been a subsidy, and if so, how big of a subsidy. But certainly there are some county commissioners who for years have criticized what they believe to be a subsidy.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
I've been relatively quiet tonight because I've been hoping and looking for the way to deal with this particular contract. On one hand, we absolutely have to have the sheriff department because we have no other alternative. On the other hand, we're going to pay the piper to have the sheriff department. And so I think it's important that we let John Q. Public knows what actually happened. It does not just affect, and I want to be very clear, it doesn't just affect Pontiac. It's going to affect everyone who uses the sheriff's department as their body of legal defense or their legal people that protects the city and protects and serve. What I would have loved to see is from this administration, although I know you guys fought, but we have people that work here and who work for the county to fight harder so that it didn't affect us as much as it's going to. And most people aren't going to say that. It's the truth, though. When you make these decisions, just like making a decision on this map, making a decision on how we're going to pay these bills, your decision directly affects your neighbor. And so there was no sensitivity about this particular vote when it comes to Pontiac. Now, to the credit of President Commissioner Dave Woodward, he did speak to me and said that they're going to try to offset some of it, but I just would like to have seen more fight so that we don't pay the bulk of it. But the reality of it is, if we don't do this, ladies and gentlemen, we will not have anybody to protect and serve. And as much as people want to go back to the nostalgia of having the Pontiac Police Department, that is never going to happen. We cannot afford it, we cannot sustain it, and that's the reality in what we live in. And so this decision that I'm making to vote yes is not because I particularly want to. We don't have an alternative. We have to have someone to protect and serve this community. And so that's the reason why I'm voting yes. But I would have loved to have seen us not have to bite the bullet that we're about to bite, because that 15% hike will affect us all.
Everything we do here affects everybody out there. So I want to explain that to you in great detail so that you understand why I have to vote. But if it was left up to me, I would have liked to see the people who represent this city on the county commissioner side, and there are 2 county commissioners that represent this city, to do more so that we wouldn't have to bear the brunt of this. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
Yeah, I have some concern because I know, of course, the amount that is changing, and I know that the county commission voted to do so, but I also must ask the question that if the county is moving to the city of Pontiac, that they should probably be able to do some more in terms of subsidizing this. But to ask some questions in terms of the negotiation of this contract, I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, is this majority the administration in terms of the negotiation of this contract?
The mayor can speak to what degree negotiation was able to happen, but no, council leadership was not a part of any contract negotiation.
Yeah, and
in terms of this, it's just a simple like yes or no. If it's council or
there are no negotiations. They approve a contract. It's a cookie cutter contract for all the communities they contract with them.
Okay. So the follow-up question that I have is, regardless of it being a cookie-cutter contract, I would say that it might be a similar situation to the Comcast contract, where we can only do so much in terms of what we're changing, right? But I have to ask the question, during this contract discussion with the county, was there anything brought up in terms of having the county improve on some things that I know that council has been concerned about, whether ranging from body cameras to accountability in the city for different things that have happened, also to the very real concern now that we're talking about the next presidency, the fact that we have immigration and customs enforcement terrorizing residents in our community already. And they did so last time during the last presidency. Have we had any discussion with the sheriff at all in terms of how they will be acting over the next 4 years? Because that is a very massive concern, especially in a city that has, I believe, between 15 to 20% a Hispanic population, and when the majority of it exists between me and Carrington's district. I have to ask, short of making any changes to the contract, was the discussion even had around these issues during this contract discussion?
My conversations were with the county commissioners around the rates, not with the sheriff himself recently. However, having said that, I have had conversations with the sheriff's office around most of those issues in the past. My understanding is that all of the sheriff's deputies, as we sit here today, do have body cameras on them. If people understand that differently, let me know, but that's my understanding. In terms of questions around immigration and other matters, the sheriff has long made his positions on those issues known.
I'll follow up.
Well, given that I'm asking the question and that there are members of the community who have less political knowledge than me on this issue, what is the sheriff's position on this?
My understanding of the sheriff's position, and perhaps we want to clarify it by having a representative here at a meeting, but is that they don't view themselves as a immigration enforcement outfit. They leave that to the federal government. But I also understand that their position is they cooperate with the federal government when asked.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Okay. Bottom line, and this is just to the mayor, I just need you to answer this question for me. If we hold off on this contract, meaning it's not signed 12/31/2024, what is the administration prepared to do? Let's say it gets voted down and we ask for another week. What does the administration have in place? And the reason why I'm asking this is because I just want to be 100 with everybody. We don't have a choice. And so that's why I'm asking you to be very clear about what's going to happen if this contract ain't signed. And also, if you can include, just to tickle my fancy, about the House bill am I saying that right? 511, the one that's going to mess with the fire and the EMS if that goes into effect. So if you can answer both of those, because I think people can talk for everybody else, but we need you to tell us what will happen. So I yield to the mayor.
Yeah. So in answer to your first question, there's not a backup plan per se, because there is no plausible backup plan. We contract with the sheriff's office. In theory, we could contract with another police department, I suppose, but there aren't police departments in the immediate area that are large enough to even do that. So there's not a plausible backup plan. Now, if we don't approve and sign this contract by December 31st, I don't think it's the case that the sheriff's office is going to immediately stop service on January 1st. But what I do think is likely is they will continue to provide service, but only with the higher rates. So I think they'll still be billing us for the higher rates approved by the county commission. So other than some hypothetical, unknown, impossible alternative, which simply does not exist, we're going to be paying the higher rates one way or the other come January 1st.
And just to follow up, can you describe or just to talk about the bill that's being put before state and the houses? You know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So there is a bill it came out of the Senate, it's now pending in the State House, that would change state law so that the staffing levels for public safety services are a mandatory subject of collective bargaining between the employer and the union. So that would apply to the sheriff's contract actually as well, but it would also apply to the fire contract. And if the employer, and this isn't unique to Pontiac or unique to Oakland County, this would change statewide law when it comes to labor law and require that the staffing levels for any public safety contract are a mandatory subject of bargaining. And if the employer and union can't come to agreement, it would be subject to binding arbitration.
Thank you.
And is there any update on the legislation that was swirling about Public Safety Trust Fund?
I don't have an update on that. And that's an important piece of legislation, but it has been stuck in the Senate. And I have not heard any news about whether the Senate is actually going to vote it out. So that's an important piece of legislation because it would create a vehicle statewide so that higher crime communities get more funding from the state to fund public safety initiatives, not just more police necessarily. It could fund crime prevention programs. As I think most people in the room know, we've initiated a ceasefire program here in the city of Pontiac in conjunction with the National Network for Safe Communities to proactively try to prevent violent crime from happening before it occurs. The Public Safety Trust Fund could fund that. It could fund additional deputies. It could fund anything that actually reduces the incidence of crime in a community. And the House is strongly in support of that, the State House, but it has not been passed out of the State Senate. And as of Thursday, which is the last time I checked into it, it wasn't clear if it would pass out. But a lot of money for Pontiac is at stake, because if that passes, it would mean that Pontiac would receive more than $1 million per year for public safety.
Thank you for that update. And related answer, Councilwoman Rutherford, I did ask the city attorney if there was an option, should the city council want more time to review this substantial contract decision. But no, there was not a willingness or availability of the sheriff department to allow an extension of our current contract, a month or 3 months. And that is the correct representation of what your counsel was to us, correct?
So, point of order. I know that. I just wanted y'all to say it on the open so that people know the truth. Looking. We need police. I need y'all to be safe. I don't want nothing to happen. Please let us vote for this. I'm sorry we got to do this. It wasn't my fault, but we need police. That's it. That's a vote.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, can I call for the vote?
If there's no more discussion, a vote will be had. If you can hear my voice, Councilman Goodman, it's about time to vote. Roll call. It's a miracle. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution approving the Oakland County Sheriff Department renewal agreement for 3 years, 2025 through 2027. Clerk Doyle?
Goodman? No. James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Six. Yes. Okay. 6 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And Mayor Greimel, we request confirmation from you or the city attorney about when that contract is executed so we can know it's put to bed. We're at number 7 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilwoman James. This resolution requests approval to accept community development.
Jones.
Oh, did I say James?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Jones. Moved by Rutherford, second by Jones, for a resolution to request approval to accept Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG award, and to execute the grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Now that it's moved, Mayor Greimel.
Thank you. So, unfortunately, as was mentioned earlier, our grants director was not able to be here, but both she and our economic development manager, Deborah Younger, have worked very, very hard on this. This is the final step, the ultimate culmination of us bringing back in-house to the city the administration of our community development block grant funds. And we are thrilled about this. This is a big deal. These funds, the administration of these funds, were taken away from the city and outsourced to the county during the time period of emergency management. And we're really, really thrilled that we're finally now at the finish line of bringing these back in-house with the city. All right.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilwoman Rutherford.
When I say I am so excited because of the community program and we're going to do with this CBGD, I said it right?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about. The money's coming home. This is long overdue. Pontiac will have the power to make decisions that actually affect neighborhoods. There's a plan, there's an outline, there's a future, the money coming home. And so I'm excited. Hope you guys are excited. Let's spend the money right this time and never ever lose this again. That's all I got. And that's no shade. That's just being 100 because we lost it before.
Further discussion on the motion? I want to commend this city council. You identified early on in your tenure that you wanted to ensure that this happened, and I want to thank the administration for making that a shared priority and for getting it there.
One more question. How much money we about to get come in already? The reason why I like to say numbers is because people like to say misinformation. Hold on. People like to say misinformation. And if you wait a minute, let me finish. And if you tell people the number, they can understand why we excited. Now I yield to whoever want to answer the question.
Go for it.
$1,473,045.
That's more precise than I was going to be.
I want to capture that. Nobody else said
We brought it back in-house.
That's where the money resides. Is there any further discussion? No. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on that resolution to accept the CDBG award and execute the grant agreement with United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 8 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the
moved.
resolution? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. This resolution is requesting approval to award the bid and execute an agreement with Luxury Lawn and Snow for an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the Senior Chore Program. Mayor and Administration for information.
Thank you. So this relates to the Senior Chore Program. I know that's a discussion item later on the agenda as well, but I want to emphasize that we've been taking applications, or we're taking applications from seniors to participate in the Senior Chore Program, which is funded by a $170,000 grant from OLSA. The seniors have been notified if they're eligible and will be receiving these services. But the one final step before we can deliver these services is actually hiring a contractor to provide these services, which for the most part are snow removal and grass cutting. And so this agenda item is about awarding a not-to-exceed contract to Luxury Lawn and Snow so that we can begin providing these services. And our grants director has emphasized that if this is approved tonight, we will be able to begin providing those services to seniors no later than January 1st. So this is exciting so that we'll finally be able to, in time for the snowfall, start providing these services to our seniors.
Okay. Thank you. You already answered one of the questions we had in terms of what that means for the timeline to start this. And I want to thank the council. This was not initially on the agenda when we were first looking at it last week, but it was something that was able to be finalized so that way it could be ready and we can make a decision so that way the senior chore program can begin sooner than if we waited until next year. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution approving the agreement with Luxury Lawn and Snow for an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the senior chore program.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 9 on the agenda. Is there a motion to
So
approve the
moved.
resolution?
Support.
Who moved it? I'm sorry.
I said,
Councilwoman Rutherford moved and Pro Tem Carrington seconded. This is a resolution approving agreement with DTE Energy for short-term use of facility for Department of Public Works uses. We give the floor to the administration for information.
Thank you. So I want to just begin for the public's benefit to identify where we are today. Once upon a time, as most of you know, the city owned its own DPW facility. That was on Wesson. But emergency managers sold that for very little money, unfortunately, and the city has not owned its own DPW facility for 10 or more years now. The city, have been renting a facility ever since then, and the current facility is really inadequate for the DPW department's needs, as many of you know and as we've discussed in the past. As we have brought back in-house DPW services, as we've expanded DPW staff and tried to improve services, we really need a much better facility, and we need it immediately, especially as winter is here. And so this would rent a different facility from DTE, and I'll get into the details of that in a moment. I want to emphasize, though, as council knows, we've been working very diligently on trying to find a permanent solution, which is to say a city-owned facility, and we have a distinct possibility that we are looking at very carefully and hopefully we'll be bringing before City Council soon. But because winter's here, we don't want to wait for that opportunity. We want to make sure that we get now, before we get deeper into the winter, into a much, much better facility. This is the DTE facility on Orchard Lake Road on the other side of Telegraph. It's actually not in the city of Pontiac. It's just outside the city of Pontiac. It's in Sylvan Lake. But I know many of you are familiar with this facility. DTE vacated that facility and has moved to the old Summit Place Mall site, as many of you may have seen driving up and down Telegraph, meaning that this site is vacant. And we've been working for a long time with DTE to make this possible, but DTE is willing to rent it to the city for no charge other than us doing needed maintenance in the facility and paying for the utilities to the facility. And this is, so not only is this a much better facility than the facility the city has been renting, but it's a much less expensive facility for us to rent. So this is a great opportunity for us. I know that nobody is happier about this than our DPW director, Mark Ragsdale, and all of his DPW staff. And I want to thank Director Ragsdale and our law director, Joanne Gurley, because they've worked very, very hard to get this contract arrangement finalized, this lease arrangement, I should say, finalized and brought before council.
Thank you very much. And so I just want to make a point that City Attorney Gurley, in your final days, I mean, you're whipping them out. You got sheriff's contracts, you got DTE agreements, you're just franchise agreements. You are trying to put things to bed. So thank you very much for, I'm sure, overextending yourself to make that happen. I've got a few speakers on the speakers list, and then we're going to have Director Ragsdale be able to speak in terms of like the practical application and rollout, but I want to get some of the dialogue first. Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor.
Yes. So if you did not know, I am over building and facilities. That is my a committee that I run. This is so important because DPW has not been treated fairly or well, in my opinion, where they were having to be in these locations that was not safe, it was not conducive, someone was going to get hurt, and every winter we have emergencies and they need to be in a place where they can feel not only safe and protected, but that the things that we're buying, the millions of dollars that we're spending on new equipment is going to be safe. This is only a temporary fix. I want to make sure we say this, but here's the key word in this whole conversation, because they'll throw shade, but I like to say it. The key word in this whole conversation is F-R-E-E, free. At the end of the day, this didn't cost you nothing, didn't cost me nothing. It's set to maintain for them to give y'all salt trucks so that when the winter storms come, and they coming, now y'all know that they have a place so that the salt can be stored, so that they have the equipment to be able to be used, and it's in a location that is safe and the building's not falling apart. They got a lunch table where they can eat their food at. Ain't no heat. Ain't no heat in the last building. So I would like to just say, good job. I normally don't give y'all props, but to the administration, thank you so much for doing what I asked you to do, which is get it for free. That's it.
Councilwoman Jones.
An extra thank you to Councilwoman Rutherford for advocating for the DPW department to have this facility because they need it. But I wanted clarity on the term short term. So approximately how many months, I would assume, does the administration anticipate, us needing? I understand it's, FREE, but just guideline.
I'll allow our DPW director and our law director to get into detail, but the short answer is it's a 1-year lease that's renewable for additional years up to a maximum of 3 years. But importantly, we can get out anytime we want. So we don't have to be in it for a full year. We have the option of getting out earlier whenever we so choose. With that, I'll turn it over to the staff.
If you want to turn the microphone on, it's a button at the right. Yep.
So pretty much everything the mayor just said, except the fact that I anticipate us to be there about 2 years. So given the fact that we are looking for a new building and how long it will take us to actually get the whole operation moved to the new building, I would anticipate us to probably be there about 2 years. Now, that doesn't mean our whole operation is going to be there, but I expect us to utilize the facility and the grounds for approximately 2 years.
Yes, you have the floor.
Is it free for 2 years, or is it free for the 1-year contract and then we take another look next year?
No, we will take they're going to take a look at it, but it will be free again the following year. Okay. They are happy that we are there. This is an abandoned facility, right? So when the facility is abandoned, they have to pay for the maintenance, which we will be doing, mowing the grass and trimming the trees and stuff like that. They have to pay to keep the lights on. They have to constantly pay to have somebody constantly check the building. These are things that we will be covering. So they're excited that we're actually there.
Okay.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. It's definitely a win-win for the city, and it gives us the time as a council to get more information about our finances before we make a decision on purchasing a new building, as well as understanding where we are concerning the rec center as well. So I'm happy that this is temporarily off our backs for right now.
But
Like
keep
you
in
said-
mind, even if we wanted to continue to rent there, this is temporary because DTE is going to tear the facility down and build a substation.
Well, definitely. I
Right,
said
right.
temporary.
Yeah, yes.
But I said temporarily off our shoulders right now that we don't feel so forced and at the last minute trying to make financial decisions.
And believe me, nobody feels more relieved than me because we haven't, in our current situation, we can't even pull a 5-ton dump in to change a plow blade.
What's the current square feet in the Bostic facility?
I don't have that information. I can get that for you, but
I just want to get a sense of the scale of change. You know, what's the new facility? What are we talking about? Is it 5 times bigger? Is it 2 times bigger?
oh, it would be probably 20 times.
Okay. That's helpful for scale.
Right.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I was just wondering, how soon do you think you would be able to take possession of the new building if we approve tonight?
If you approve it tonight, according to the lease that the attorney has drawn up, it would be Christmas Eve.
Okay.
Now, it's going to take us quite some time to move all of our belongings and our equipment and everything and get set up, but we will start immediately.
Okay. Yes, you want the floor, Attorney Gurley?
Yes, the date to move in is negotiable based on when it's executed by council. And if there is a different facility that the city wishes to purchase, the mayor advocated for there being an early termination clause inserted into this contract, which it is at no cost or penalty.
Councilwoman Jones.
Extra clarification on the move-in time. Just trying to get my timeline straight here. So I know you said it's going to take a moment to get all of the equipment moved over, understandably so. Are we talking about a couple, few weeks, few months, or
Probably, depending weather pending.
Right.
Probably a month.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Council, any more questions? Hearing none, I'll turn it back over to you, President McGinnis.
Okay. All right, Council, thank you very much for your research and review leading up to tonight. I know there's been a lot of deliberation as time has gone on, and thank you to the Department of Public Works staff that has hung in there, and hope this is a much more realistic and practical and legit facility for running our operations. Council requests that just keep updating us about how that phase-in goes, and if there's any needs that arise in that process. But I know I feel better as stewards of our city's facilities, our city's equipment, our city's staff, that this is a much better arrangement as we work to make something even more long-term and legit. Councilman Rutherford.
Mark Ragsdale,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very proud of you today.
Thank you.
I know that I have given you a hard time, and will continue to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
But in this moment, you have earned your pay. Good job, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd also like to thank the mayor for being able to negotiate the $0 amount.
Further discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion, before us is a resolution to approve the city entering into a lease agreement with DTE Energy for housing the Department of Public Works at the property located at 1970 Orchard Lake Road, and DTE calls that their Pontiac service facility for those that if you drive by on Orchard Lake Road. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight,
Thank
both
you.
directors, and congratulations. We are now at discussions. Number 10 on the agenda, Councilwoman Milana Jones, you have the floor to announce winners of Pontiac District 2's Holiday Home Decorating Contest.
Thank you, President McGinnis. So before I get to these, what's that look for?
we want to know the winners.
Oh, okay. Well, I do want to say really quickly before I get into the winners. Over the weekend, I did host the Winter Wheels Workshop where myself and my volunteers handed out 150 winter preparedness bags. Those included ice scrapers, de-icer spray, blankets, and collapsible trash cans. You all know I talk about beautification quite a bit. Well, please utilize those trash cans to keep trash off of the roads through the winter. We can keep our roads safe, clean, and will enhance our quality of life in that regard. I also want to share an anecdotal story real quick. Excuse me. We had a number of individuals come by the table where we were set up, and some were admittedly homeless. So the blanket came in, great hand. I wish I had hand warmers, in fact, but it came in hand. And in fact, some of those individuals did get a ride to the Bowen Center from that booth, solely because they came in contact with others who were, very generous enough to give them a ride. So I think that's important to share because it shows just how Pontiac residents are looking out for one another and how we're working to keep each other safe. So thank you. If you were one of those individuals, I don't have your name. I wish I did so I could properly thank you. But thank you for helping those individuals, and I would have too if I could have left the premises at the time. Thank you also to my volunteers. I will name them by name. Carolyn Baker, Missouri. I'm sorry, not Carolyn. She helped with the decorating contest. Casey McDonald, Derek, Missouri. Daphne Jones, my mother. Gianna Jones, my daughter. And Colthorne Stornsberry and Angelita Santiago and James McQueen. Thank you to my volunteers. And I hope that the coffee and donuts were a great compensation for you. And a little disclaimer here, I also did give out coffee and donuts to those who came by while supplies lasted. District 2 Holiday Contest, Holiday Glow Showdown. You could nominate if you were not in District 2, but you had to live in District 2 to be nominated. I do apologize. Out of a total of 50 points, scoring at 49, we have 221 Ottawa Drive, and it was beautiful. I will post pictures later on. I encourage you to drive by as well over in Seminole Hills. In second place, we've got 16 Delaware Street, 46 out of 50 over in Indian Village, also very beautiful. And in third place, we have 245 Star Avenue, scoring 39.5 out of 50 in Pioneer Highlands, my home. Thank you to the judges of this contest.
Your home neighborhood, not your home being the winner.
Okay, my home neighborhood, yes. Home neighborhood for almost 9 years. Pioneer Highlands, there we go. And thank you to the judges, Coleman Yoakum, Carolyn Baker, Missouri, and Cole Thornsberry.
Okay. Round of applause for all the winners of the Holiday Home Showdown.
Oh, I am so sorry. We have medals for you, and I know that you all at home can't see it. You all who are here can see it. I'm a huge fan of the Olympics, so we've got gold, bronze, and silver medals stating District 2 Holiday Glow Showdown, second place. I will be delivering these to the winners tomorrow. If you're home, I hope to hand it to you in hand.
Great job.
Round of applause to Councilwoman Jones and the volunteers of District 2 that pulled it off. That's very cool. On that same discussion, Councilwoman Rutherford.
I would like to publicly acknowledge Councilwoman Jones because you came in here and you are doing work, and it is not always easy when you're the new kid on the block and when people don't understand you and they want to mislabel you and they want to make it up to be something that it's not. But you have worked your tail off in this district, and if no one is going to give you props, I will, because I don't give most people props, but you're the bomb.com. Keep focused, keep fighting for all people in District 1, not just one side.
District 2, that was a Freudian slip. Freudian slip,
sorry. But you keep fighting, you keep working, and you keep showing people, because the real test of a person that's a leadership is not in what they say, it is in what they do. So I applaud you. That's all. You did a good job. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we are now at number 11, City's new senior chore program status update. We had this on there before we knew about the resolution approving that contract award. But so what the administration's sharing is that they hope to, in the beginning of January, start the program. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, do you know if there's still the opportunity for seniors to apply, or that window's come and gone? Is it rolling?
My understanding is that window has come and gone, but there may be future opportunities. But I think it's probably closed for this winter.
Any other perspective on that, Councilwoman Jones?
Okay, so originally, I did request for the senior chore program to be added as a discussion item, and thank you, Council President, for adding that here. I thought that my question would be answered as we just approved this resolution to contract luxury lawn and snow. But now I'm hearing this. So my question is, when, at what point are we executing the senior chore program? Obviously, at this point, I don't suppose anyone's picking up leaves, as that was part of the option that you could check. Or if they are picking them up, I don't know what they're doing with them because they're no longer being collected anymore. I assume people are not getting gutters cleaned right now. Maybe they are. I don't know. I wouldn't be doing it right now. But what exactly are we?
Mayor Grimlow, do you have answers?
Yeah, the applications that seniors could submit and check what they wanted in terms of services were designed for the coming year writ large, so not just for this immediate season. We started the application process, I think, in September. There was an extension of that, I believe, at the council's request, and so the application window has closed. Seniors have been notified if they were accepted into the program, and the only thing we've been waiting on is hiring a contractor. Once this contractor is on board, they will start, according to our grants director, no later than January 1st, but come the spring, then some of these other services will start to kick in and be available. But right now, it's really focused on snow removal and probably dispensing salt as well on sidewalks.
Okay, follow up, please. The last time we discussed this, even with the extension, which wasn't by much, it was by a week perhaps, even with that extension, we were told, and I have it written down in my notebook here, that these services would be starting for, this calendar year, not that it was, that it could be extended, till next year, not next semester, next year, if weather, permitted, but that we would be seeing some of these services implemented this year and that the program was ready to go. So I'm wondering where the timeline has changed here.
If administration's not answering that, I'll share that what was provided in the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee from Director Campbell is that there was a contractor identified that then pulled out. So I imagine whatever they said in terms of their timeline in the fall, that had to be revised based on the individual, the company that they thought would be able to provide the multiple services withdrew because they wanted more money. So this now fills the void of that.
And you did share that with me. I just think that the public should hear, which is also why I posed that question. I hope we are not lowballing anyone in the future, though. This is a big job.
Okay, Councilwoman Rutherford.
So here we go. We have a lot of people in my district. Have one, for example, 86 years old, never got an email because she don't have an email, never got a letter because she don't get the letter, never got a call because she ain't know who to call, and now y'all telling me that she's no longer eligible. I'm very disappointed in the communications of this administration to people who do not use the internet, who are not actively watching city council, because once again, this 86-year-old woman who lives on the south side, right by where your mama stay at, Deputy, will not get service. And she has nobody else. Her son's dead, her husband's dead, her grandkids, they gone on. And I just really wish y'all would do better about communicating to those people, because not everybody is on Communication Connect. Now, you could take this as a moment to learn from this, or you could take it from a defensive standpoint. Don't matter to me which way. Y'all have got to do better. And not everybody is a part of the golden opportunity. And nor does everybody go to Ruth Peterson. Some of these seniors are really on a sick and shut in. And I believe in this administration, y'all have a community liaison. And so I'm gonna start to ask the questions, what is the community liaison doing for those type of people? Now, some are gonna get defensive and try to protect this thing, but I'm not, because you're paying people 6, 7 figures, a high 7 figures, and yet this woman who lives in my district will not get service, and it's other people will not get service. So let's not get defensive. Let's do better. Because if you get defensive, then I got to start giving you examples of how y'all not using your communications department to do better for the kids, for the older people who do not have email, who do not know how to use, who do not have a computer, who does not get any letters from this city, and now they're not getting service.
So, Councilwoman, what's the question you're trying to ask?
Ain't no question, it's a statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you.
I wasn't finished. Thank you.
Continue.
Do better, please. Now I'm finished.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do administration have a statement concerning Councilwoman's statement?
Well, first of all, we're always open to ideas about how better to communicate with residents. I believe, but I want confirmation on this, I believe that we did advertise this in our newsletter that's mailed to every household. And so between that and social media and email and the website, again, if there are other opportunities to get the word out, we welcome that. Obviously, we encourage council to help us in terms of getting the word out at district council meetings and things like that. But if there are some other ideas and suggestions, we welcome that.
All right.
I just have one more follow-up. Thank you. We could send them to all the church buildings because each church every Sunday make announcements. So, and that's a way y'all can do a little better. Send it to each church. We got 200 churches here and have them say, can you place this on the announcement bulletin? This is what the city is offering. They may not read it every Sunday, but I know at Trinity, they will put it so that people can see it visibly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to close that particular discussion out. Our next discussion is city's retiree benefits restoration status update. I turn it over to the administration.
Thank you. So we had what we understood to be an agreement with Cypria last summer, which would allow every retiree to get a $400 monthly stipend reinstated. And as we went to the actuary to pay for the actuarial cost study that's required by law before the agreement can be finalized, Cypria said that they didn't want it to only apply to retirees. They also wanted it to apply to beneficiaries, meaning surviving spouses or children, which was not what had ever been discussed with them. We, in a spirit of good faith, tried to reach an agreement with them. We did reach an agreement with them recently. But GERS says that that is not administratively feasible, in part because GERS doesn't have records going back to calculate the agreement. So we have communicated that to Cypria. We proposed a different approach, but we haven't gotten a serious response from Cypria as of yet. So hopefully we can get this taken care of. We would have had it taken care of had Cypria not changed the terms of the agreement about 2 months ago.
Okay. Councilman Parker, I know you sit on the GERS board. Do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Thank you, Brother President. I did know that we did meet last Wednesday, to discuss this issue. And because of the significance and the gravity and the importance of this issue, we've asked the GERS president to come and share with the council the first Tuesday in January, to come and do a presentation as to exactly where that body is and what things are tied into this, so that everybody can get a clear understanding as to where that is. And I want to thank Ms. Swayze for staying with me so she could hear my announcement. But yeah, we have arranged that the GERS president, the chairman of the GERS board, will come and give the city council a presentation so everybody can hear where all the dollars are and what's happening.
Thank you, Councilman Parker. Councilwoman Relaford.
Once again, I apologize. We lost another retiree, so we down to 964. I am sorry that y'all have not been restored, but I'm going to keep apologizing every week until y'all get treated right, because if you guys were not here, there would be no city of Pontiac. Y'all worked y'all tails off. Y'all deserve y'all money. If you go back early in the year, Council President, Pro Tem, myself, this whole council agreed to restore people so that they have their funding. And once again, I am apologizing. I think I apologize every week. I will continue to do so until you guys are restored. So once again, I apologize to all the retirees that we have not in 3 years gotten this done. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Mellon Redford. I'll echo her concerns as well. But I also want to add that the goalposts keep getting moved every time we seem like we're getting to the finish line. And I know at times I've been hard on this administration concerning, as well as the rest of the council, concerning the delays in this, because this is one of the first things we wanted to get off our table when we came into office 3 years ago. So I'm so happy that GERS is coming in front of this council to inform us exactly everything that's been going on with these delays. And it's not been on just the administration. We continue to have superior leadership come here every so often, once a month, and tell us what's the holdup. Well, they moved the goalposts again. So I have the stance that we get this closed based on the retirees only and not the beneficiaries. It's becoming too complicated, too convoluted, and too difficult to get to the end zone. So we as a council need to really, really think about how can we get there. Because I know it's been 12 years on this particular subject, and we only dealt with it 3 years. So I think we doing a little better than all the other years, but still, it's been going on too long. We need to get to the goal. We need to get to the touchdown, make a touchdown on this one. Anything else concerning city's finance department reorganization status? I'm sorry, retiree benefits restoration status. Okay. City's finance department reorganization status update. Mayor Graham.
We've interviewed 2 candidates for the position of finance director, and we have more interviews coming. But in the meantime, Raymond now has hit the ground. Raymond, the accounting firm, has hit the ground to provide robust assistance to our operations. And the last thing I'll note is that we did have a initial meeting, I believe today, between members of the administration and members of City Council to jointly and collaboratively chart a path forward. And with that, I'll invite our Deputy Mayor to add any additional details.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly, as the Mayor said, Raymond is already providing accounting services. Myself, council leadership, and Raymond met this morning to talk about more robust services than just accounting. And so we hope to have something in front of City Council early in January for you to consider.
And Deputy Mayor, hopefully this is considered an overall robust plan of how we need to get to where we need to get to, right?
Correct, Council President Pro Tem. So this plan would not just be a very short-term temporary stopgap, which is what we have right now with the accounting services, but a robust plan for how to grow the city's overall financial services division, with Raymond charting the course and stepping out over time.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilman Goodman.
Just to ask the question, since we don't have a finance director at the moment, who is the acting finance director? Or who is acting currently as a finance director? I yield to the administration.
So there is not a named acting finance director, but most of those duties would be falling to me.
Just a quick follow-up. I am very disappointed on your behalf that you have to do this again.
Take the floor.
Councilman Jones, then Rutherford.
You mentioned, okay. You mentioned that 2 individuals had been interviewed. Does the administration anticipate offering the position to one of them, and also are there additional interviews in the near future?
Yeah, as I indicated, we do have at least one more interview coming. We haven't made a final decision yet on those who have already interviewed. We want to interview a few additional candidates, and we at least have one person who we're working to schedule that interview with.
Anything further, Councilwoman
Yes,
Jones?
I don't know if this is public knowledge or not, but were either of the 2 individuals interviewed from Clark Hill or the Kelly firm? or firm that we've,
No, those are law firms, and no, we did not
Oh,
interview anybody from those firms.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Councilman Rutherford?
Okay. I just want the administration to hear me. We need for this role to be filled. Now, before y'all go and get defensive and try to have a rebuttal, let me explain to you why. It is a disservice to our deputy mayor to have him doing all of these jobs instead of doing the job as a deputy mayor. It is a disservice to his skill set for him to run the day-to-day operations of this city, and he has to constantly be put in this position. And I know this person personally. I've known him since I was 15. He's extremely intelligent. But even the most intelligent man has a breaking point. We have got to get these roles, these key administration roles filled. And if we don't get them filled, we can no longer point fingers at anybody but ourselves. So I need this administration to take this seriously. We've got to get this done. It is not fair to the deputy mayor to be the finance director, the planner, the DPW. I mean, how many roles do you have, sir? My point is, he ain't even Jamaican. He can't have no all them jobs. Please.
Order in the chambers.
Please. And I love Jamaica because, I'm 5%. I'm just saying, please.
Order, no 23andMe results shared
Wow.
in the chambers.
Take it. I'm just saying, everybody know what it is. I work 3. Please. To Mayor Graham, I know you could do it. I've seen you do stuff. Make this happen. That's all. Please. He need a break. Look at him. He's going to lose all his hair. That's it.
Further discussion on the Finance Department reorganization? Yes. Councilman Jones.
To sort of rectify my misspeech a moment ago, are there 2 individuals and the upcoming 1 individual, are they affiliated with a financial department or financial firm that this city has interacted with previously, or are these new candidates?
They are not affiliated with any financial firm that has ever worked for the city as far as I know. Certainly not during my time as mayor. Now, going back 10 or 20 years, I can't be certain, but to my knowledge, they're not affiliated with any firm that's ever done work for the city.
Okay. And yes, I was referring to during the time of your term, so thank you for that clarification.
Councilman James.
Yes, I'd like to know if the committee that met today, was any steps taken to develop, or at least to start the process of developing a plan to fund the Youth Rec Center? Because we need to, if part of that original plan was to do a bond, we need to get that moving, and we cannot wait again to have a new finance director hired. Do you know how many times we've been through this with well, let's wait to do this until we get the finance. Let's wait until, we really cannot wait any longer. So I'm looking to this committee to be able to start that process with the people that you have on board. We have a treasurer. We have 2 contract accountants, and we've got the participation from council and from administration. We need to use what we have to put together a plan to fund our Youth Rec Center, because we have people on the payroll and we don't have a comprehensive plan put in place. So I want, what I'd like to know is, was that discussed in your meeting? Is there a plan to organize the finance department and to create a funding source for the Youth Rec Center?
No, Councilwoman James, I raised the question if they were prepared to delve into that, and they were not at this point. I have an email in your inbox that I sent late this afternoon that gave a summary of the meeting this morning. Mayor Greimel?
Yeah, I wasn't in the meeting, but I do just want to add that even though it didn't come up in today's meeting, wasn't addressed in today's meeting, I do want to be clear that we agree with you that we need to move now in terms of the bond rating, in terms of preparing for that possibility. And I know that the deputy mayor talked with Baird, the bond advisory firm, yesterday. So the deputy mayor can share any additional details if he has them, but we agree that we should move expeditiously now and not wait for a new finance director.
Any further discussion? All right. I don't know how to put in more clear and concise words. The council adopted resolutions in August and again in November expressing our extreme alarm at the finance leadership vacuum in city government for our great city, and that remains our grave concern. We expressed that this morning. We'll continue to try and beat that drum and do as much as we can as the legislative body to assist the executive body to execute. Hearing no further discussion, we're at number 14, Winter Weather Emergencies Activation Strategy Update and Next Steps. Anyone want to share? Mayor?
So last week, obviously a week ago, you heard from the Kelly firm about their assessment that for a location in the downtown district, the use of a shelter is prohibited, and the only way to allow the use downtown is through a use variance through the ZBA. But we also heard very clearly from City Council that you wanted a deeper dive, that you wanted a second opinion, as I think it was framed last Tuesday, and we conveyed that to the Kelly firm. So the question was raised by the Kelly firm as to whether or not there might be some circumstances where a temporary use permit might apply. And what the Kelly firm has done is do a deep dive on the research. They did send, as I think everyone on council is aware, an email today to council this afternoon with a 3-page opinion letter that essentially says that in downtown, it can only be done with a use variance through the ZBA. In certain circumstances, in zoning districts that allow it with a special exception, if it's not totally prohibited, at least under some circumstances, it could apply, including, meaning a temporary use permit could be issued, including at the Baldwin Center location, which was a location that was brought up by Oakland County to the city yesterday morning. And Baldwin Center has said that they're willing to do it as long as they don't have to make significant building renovations or improvements to do it. Our building official is going out to the Baldwin Center tomorrow morning to check that out and to advise accordingly. Meanwhile, my understanding today, having talked to Pastor Kelsey, is that Pastor Kelsey was also exploring the possibility of the Dream Center. The Dream Center is in a district that is already zoned for the use of a shelter, and so there wouldn't need to be any special rezoning or any special zoning permit at all to allow for the Dream Center to do it. So those are the current two options. About 2 weeks ago, the administration, in collaboration and consultation with Pastor Councilman Parker, did adopt a policy that extends the hours of operation at the Bowen Senior Center from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We exercised that last Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That's true not only during weekdays, but also on holidays and weekends as well. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. President.
Councilman Rutherford, followed by Councilman.
All right. I just like to read something before I say what I'm going to say. Just got this text from Pastor Laura Kelsey. And it says, our executive director of the shelter has resigned today. And as a result, with all the roadblocks and bumps, the church has pulled out of the shelter. This is super disappointing. And the reason why I read that is just because one action has a reaction. Also, what's going to happen now? Because one, we gave the church $160,000, so that money needs to be reallocated. I'm going to see what we're going to do about it. I have several churches that used to be shelters, like New Bethel, that used to be a shelter. See what theirs is, because at the end of the day, we have to do something. I also found out that Pastor Lori Kelsey will be leaving the city of Pontiac. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that I said last week things were going to happen. Things happen. And the first thing they're going to say is a person wasn't homeless, and they're going to say but hypothermia, the definition of it is you could actually die from it if you are exposed to cold for long periods of a time. So somebody did pass from hypothermia. That's one of the causes, because they're going to rebut it and say that wasn't the cause. It was one of the causes. So at some point, this administration has got to start seeing the bigger picture. And I'm saying it because what are we going to do now? Because winter is approaching and something's going to happen again. And then what do we have in place as a city to protect the least of these? Has the administration reached out to All Saints? I'm just giving you some suggestions. Is this at the forefront for you guys? All Saints is right down the street. Has anybody talked to them? Has anybody talked to other churches? I called my church and asked, who is going to take up the mantle, because Pastor Laura Kelsey is leaving? So just like you are the mayor for those who make 6 figures, 5 figures, 4 figures, I need you to be the mayor for those who got 25 cents in their pocket. These people need service. I need you to lead, to do something, because I am extremely disappointed that Pastor Laura Kelsey is leaving. But I understand. And I'm extremely disappointed that the church pulled out, because they felt like the city was causing all the roadblocks. Now, the city's going to say we were using the law. But I believe the church is a place for the sick. And we do everything else to make sure everybody else is satisfied. What about the least of these? So that's my stump speech. I'm gonna be on their head every week asking them what you're doing for the homeless. Because if another person passes, or a person that is disenfranchised, I'm gonna use that word, what we gonna do about it? Because we love to use these terminologies. You should read the Oakland Press interview to tell you the terms, how it was a very precise speech, and we wanted to make it about what it was. But at the end of the day, things could have been prevented. Things can be prevented, and you are the leader of this community, and you need to do a better job to advocate and find solutions for the homeless. That's it.
Councilman Goodman? I need to ask a question to yield to the administration. When was the conversation with the Baldwin Center brought up in terms of this plan switch?
Yeah, we had scheduled about a week ago. We had scheduled a call. Actually, it was over a week ago. We had scheduled a call with Oakland County about possible alternative sites, and that call was scheduled for yesterday morning. So on that call, Oakland County brought up the Baldwin Center as a potential site that they understood the Baldwin Center was willing to do it, and they understood that First Presbyterian Church was willing to operate there. And so after that call, I reached out to the Baldwin Center personally, confirmed that they were willing to do it, and then specifically asked Dan Kelly of the Kelly firm to include that in the analysis that he had already started.
Yes, sir. So the first thing I'll ask, even though, given the timeline, I will not be as directly upset. Given that the Baldwin Center is in my district, and I am constantly doing things there, and I am one of the council people that is constantly yelling about providing services to our housing and home insecure, resource-strapped people, I just think that there was a chance to
loop me on this conversation even early on before the county had narrowed it down or given you the recommendation of the Baldwin Center, but especially between yesterday and today at the very least. I think that we need to have a real conversation about a couple things because, yes, the city, as has been stated multiple times, needs to figure out a real comprehensive wraparound program for our winter situations because to be very, very clear, extending hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Only does so much in the sense of time during the day, where there are places that people could go to be warm any other time. Walk into a store, walk into a library, walk into any place that has operating business hours, for some period of time. But during the night, when people are actually cold and freezing and out in the elements, we have nothing. And that's not to say that there is absolutely nothing in the city that these people can take advantage of and use, but we as the city, as an entity that has money and power and influence, have nothing between those hours. Because I'm one of those weird people that keeps track of dates. Winter is in 4 days. Winter's in 4 days, and we have no real plan for what we need to do for people because, again, the situation that happened over the past week, not to politicize the death that happened, I went and talked to that family. I went to the candlelight vigil that happened on Friday, and I asked, what are the things that the city could do to improve, and I'm waiting to hear back from them. But there was at least some level of understanding that there is more that could have been done in terms of providing other important wraparound services. Because while she was not homeless, there were a lot of things that, as a society, we failed at between, along the way for us to get to where we did. So I think it is more important than ever that you really lean into the point that the city and council needs to figure out something ASAP for the hours that are outside of Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. For every other hour outside of that and every other day, we need to figure something out. And I would love to be involved in that, especially if the solution that we are coming down to is no longer down here in downtown at First Presbyterian, but is in my district at the Baldwin Center. I would very much love for us to have a more in-depth conversation about how we can reach the actual needs of the residents and not the ones that we are trying to duplicate that are already being met.
I just also want to put on the table that I would hope that current and future warming center opportunities aren't checking someone's status at the door to say, do you have a current rent lease somewhere, or what's your mortgage situation, what's your housing status? I mean, we need warming centers just when the power goes out. People that have a house, people have a place to live, we've got to have those plans. It's about severe weather, when it's too hot and it's too cold, and sometimes what they've got at home ain't cutting it. Whether they're homeless or not, people can die from extreme heat. Right. And so we need to make sure whether they can afford air conditioning or afford their bill, or if the power goes out for everybody, what's the contingency in the game plan? So I just want to flag that this trying to split hairs about if someone isn't super homeless, it's not that big of a, hey, if it's extreme cold and someone could die from that cold and they need it, that's what I'm interested in. How do we have that pathway for all scenarios? Because no one's beating down the doors of a warming center or a homeless shelter because that's ideal. That's a better setup. No one does that. No one's ever going to do that. It's in that crisis moment. And I know that could take a lot of different shapes for a lot of people, including a lot of people we know or could know in our neighborhood. So I just wanted to flag that. Councilman Parker was next, then Rutherford and Goodman.
Thank you, Brother President. To your point, there was a meeting held on December 3rd to discuss the city's emergency plan in regards to not only the warming centers, but also cooling centers as well. I know because I was there. The issue came up because I think there may have been some delay or some misunderstanding as what the requirements was for a warming center. And when the requirements got laid on the table, some of those places that was picked to be warming centers did not meet the code requirements or the safety requirements to meet that issue. And then when we had to shift to the secondary place, that was a zoning issue. So all of these things came together all at once, but I think there's still some hope to make this work if we can all come together. The mayor gave us, and I sent it out to some of the council members, a zoning map to look at where the areas that can be zoned and spaces that are available to have a warming center at. I believe when the lawyer, I forget her name, came to us and talked to us last week, I believe she said it could be done on a day-by-day, but not a long-term basis, as long as there's an emergency declared. And so there are areas that we can do to make this work. We know that most of the places that and we know the Baldwin Center is always there, has been there, and will do what they can to meet the need of what this city is. But what the long-term plan is, there still needs to be a long-term plan to where, and we've been talking about this since way back in April, that not only do we need a primary space, but we need a secondary place and a tertiary place, because things happen to buildings, period. Things happen to people who own buildings, period. And so we need to make sure we have a comprehensive plan in place so that when things like what has happened now happens, we know what the next step is. We've been talking about that since our April meeting, and we continue to talk about putting together a comprehensive plan that addresses not only the warming centers, but the cooling centers and the disasters when power go out. We've been talking about this since April, and so we need to quit dragging our feet and make sure that we sit down at the table and say, this is what we do, when we do it, and how we do it, and who's responsible for making sure it gets done. And I say that's where I'm at, and that's where we should be. And I do want to, and while I'm there, I do want to certainly send out our prayers and condolences to the Powell family for the loss of their family member. Nobody wished for anybody to die in the conditions that this young lady died in, and so we feel for that family as we feel for anybody whose life is. Who lose their life in this city, whether it be from what Ms. Powell died from, or from anybody, gun violence, whatever it is. We feel for each and every family that does that. And so we recognize there are some things that we have come up short in, and we're trying to get those evaluated and corrected as we move forward. And as we move forward, there's going to be some hiccups. There's going to be some differences of opinion. There's going to be some things that come up that people don't like. But we have to keep pressing our way until we can accomplish what needs to be accomplished for this city.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Okay, so I'm going to switch gears really quickly. Point of privilege. When we come back in January, I would like for the administration to give us an update on how the funds were being spent from the people that we as a committee, that's Pastor Parker, myself, and people from the mayor's administration decided to give funding to help assist homelessness and to help assist evictions. And the reason why I'm asking that is that I've gotten too many complaints that certain people, that certain organizations that we have given money to is not assisting families or is not doing what the money intended to do. I do believe that they've received half of the funding. So, for example, CCRT received $75,000 of the $150,000 they were awarded. I would like to know how are we holding them accountable for how they're spending this money. There's a reason why I'm asking that. This weekend, all over Facebook and on social media, including Instagram, I got inboxes about people that are from our community that have went to several organizations that we gave funding to that have received no assistance. They've done all of the paperwork, and now they are in dire need of assistance. And so I would like for the administration, because you guys allocate these funds, we voted on it, you guys allocated, to have a presentation put together in the January the 7th meeting asking the 4 people that we gave money to, how are they spending this money and how are we holding them accountable? And if they can't show that they are spending this money, what is the ramifications? Because I do believe it said that if you're not spending the money the way it's supposed to be, we can either hold the remaining balance or not, or ask for the money back. It's too many stories that are being told by our community members who are in dire need to the mayor, and maybe you're not hearing them, but are in dire need and are going to these organizations and are being told, we can't assist you. And so my question is, what did you do with this money that's supposed to assist the least of these? So I'm asking the council leadership to put this on the agenda for January the 7th. The 5 organizations that we gave money to, they need to be able to show us what they did with this money. Not naming people names, but show us what they actually did. Because it's too many people saying, I can't get no assistance, no one will help me, it's beyond their parameter, and it's only been 3 months since we gave that money. It's only been 3 months, and I am concerned that this money is not being spent appropriately. And that's all I'm going to say. So I'm putting y'all all on notice. January the 7th, I need this to be not just as a discussion item, and we need to have those people come here. Because Barbara and everybody else that got their money need to be able to show us what they're doing with this funding. Because we can't just say the homeless. We also have to say the ones that are about to face eviction, people who lights and gas about to get cut off. Because if you don't know, let me say it really quickly. The MEAT program lost some of their funding. Kafani knows because OSHA lost some of their funding as well. Because there's a funding period between October and June where people can receive assistance, and these are the programs that's supposed to be the covering when those programs lose their funding. So I'm saying it openly because we can't just talk about homelessness. We got to talk about prevention of eviction too. And we as a council gave these people money. So what are they doing with it? That's it.
Councilman Goodman.
I just need to make a statement and then I'll be done for the night, which is until the administration has come up with a comprehensive plan to help the people who need help between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Monday through Sunday, and we figure out a long-term solution for actually helping these people who need our help. I do not believe that the administration actually takes seriously or cares about the people who have to sleep outside in the elements. And so I deeply encourage them to take this extremely seriously and work as fast as humanly possible, because as the council person who has to drive home Don Baldwin and see people sleeping outside in a bus stop regularly, not because there is no place that wants to take them in, but because there's simply not enough space, that we have to do our part to make sure that these people have somewhere to go, opposed to simply throwing our hands up and saying, oh, well, this is a problem that we've been dealing with for a while, because that seems to continually be the outcome, is that we acknowledge that there is a problem, but there have been no real steps taken to resolve it. And I think that it is summed up in the fact, and I mean, personally, I found this in really large distaste. I appreciate the fact that we have a comms department that is working around the clock as much as it is, but I think for the community to have seen the story about Ms. Powell, and for within a couple of hours there to be simply a Facebook graphic mentioning the warming center hours, kind of feels rather callous to me, especially when the response has very much been, oh, well, this does not particularly encroach upon the discussion that we're having about people who are housing or homeless insecure, running into hypothermia situations. I think that we as a city need to, I guess, get better with some level of tact and understanding, but also recognizing that, well, just to put it simply, we have to do something, because 8 to 8 Monday through Friday is not enough. It's simply not enough.
Any final discussion? Hearing none, that concludes discussions. We are now at public communications. A reminder that the next Pontiac City Council meeting will take place Tuesday, January 7th, 2025 at 6 p.m. right here in the council chambers. Closing comments. Mayor Grimley, you have the floor.
it's getting late, so in the interest of time, I will pass. But I do want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays to all of our wonderful residents in Pontiac.
Deputy Mayor Stevens. Clerk Doyle. Councilman Parker.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of the District 5 people who came out to our holiday celebration. I hope you all had a good time, and we look forward to beginning our meetings again in January. I want to let everybody know that I have access to some sleeping bag coats. So if anybody knows anybody who needs some sleeping bag coats, please let me know. I can get you some real good. Just let me know, sister. And finally, one of the things I know we've talked about, and it came up, although it got somewhat brushed a little bit aside, is as we look at how we manage this city, one of the things we passed about a year or so ago was a resolution concerning mental health. And mental health touches the city in so many ways that we need to put together a comprehensive program to deal with some of the mental health issues in places where people can go to get mental health assistance, or else we're going to continue to battle that invisible bear as we move about in this city. So I would ask that the council that we would add that to one of our agendas to deal with. We did a resolution, but we certainly need to make sure that we have programs, funded programs, that can assist with our mental health issues as they need to be addressed in this city. And with that, I say, have a great Christmas, and I'll see you next year if the Lord say so.
Thank you, and I hope so. Councilman James.
I just want to say today is my granddaughter's birthday, so I want to wish Taylor Ivy a very happy birthday. Also want to wish the city of Pontiac happy holidays and God's blessing upon them. We've had a tough year, and it remains. We face a lot of challenges going into the new year. But I do believe that they are not challenges that we cannot face and deal with. But we've got to work together, and we've got to be willing to work through the problems one step at a time. So it's my hope that everyone will have a restful holiday season and will come back in January prepared to roll their sleeves up and get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just some brief remarks from the community. The 9th Annual Friends and Family Kwanzaa Celebration is Saturday, December 28th at Silver Lake Church of the Nazareth at 520 West Walton Boulevard, Pontiac, Michigan, 48340. So please come out and support Vicky Torre and her family. Usually does this Kwanzaa program. Also, a shout out for We Care Neighborhood Association for their great Christmas end of the year celebration that was a few weeks ago. I could thank Mayor Grimer for actually coming out as well to that meeting. Just want to close on something very positive. It's been a very tough year, but it's been a very learning year as well. But when a community embraces collective work and responsibility, it values social harmony, respectfulness, and group needs over individual needs. We then believe that the self is interdependent on a group and that the group's concerns should take precedence over personal concerns. And the reason why I'm saying that is that we have to continue to make our brothers and sister problems our problems. And it's not about the individual. Good night. I wish everybody a Happy New Year, a Merry Christmas. Love you. See you next year.
Thank you, Councilman Goodman. And if it's okay, let's get Pro Tem Carrington leave. He's got to finish grading papers before midnight. You can do it. Councilman Goodman.
Just very quickly, I don't want to take up too much time. I thank every person in the community who came out to talk today about the redistricting. This is a massively important thing to our community, and
even tonight, in coming out to be able to say that you need more time and more feedback is giving feedback within itself. And arguably, I'd say that is a lot more than we had previously. So I am just really happy that people were able to come out. I think I want us to head into the holiday season very much understanding that in this time, it is, as many of us are told, but, kind of don't always latch on to, this is not just about having time off. This is not about receiving or giving gifts, but it is about being someone who is capable of bestowing blessings upon other people, in these times. Whether or not it comes back to you, there is I'd say like a calling, especially during this time of year, to make sure that you are wrapping around and helping people. And as we, go into the new year, I think it is extremely important for us as a council, as a community, to reflect and take stock and look at our actions and the things that we are doing to make sure that we are not only fighting for ourselves, because self-preservation is important, just being alive, but that we are fighting for the betterment of everyone, especially your neighbor and the people who you may never meet, the people who you may never realize that that your actions are affecting them. So I think that, going into the holidays, I want all of us to be very aware of our collective responsibility for the betterment of not only Pontiac and our neighborhoods, but for every space in which we enter, individually or collectively. So with that, I will leave everyone with happy holidays.
Councilwoman Jones.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to start by talking about pride versus humility. Oh, Lord is right. Pride, which some would say is the mother of deadly sins, leads to narrow-minded thinking patterns, while humility, a virtue that opposes and remedies pride, can lead to being grateful. Not agreeable to everything that you hear, but simply grateful. Now, why do I say this? I say this because community members, you should really consider looking for the positive aspects that your council representatives are trying to bring to fruition for you. District 2 projects are people-focused, and they are not a political motive. I encourage you all to look for the positive in district projects rather than highlighting perceived negative aspects, because there is nothing wrong with getting your community together as often as possible. With that being said, I am very proud of District 2's Holiday Glow Showdown. It was inclusive of all neighborhoods, including Stonegate Point. And I rarely hear from Stonegate neighbors. I've been over there many times. I've talked to a few of them, but they rarely reach out. So I was thrilled when they started to reach out and nominate for this project. Thank you to Stonegate. I hope I see more of you. Regarding the districting maps, District 2, continue to send your emails in. It's not late. It's not too late. We can discuss, if you would like, holding some extra public hearings, town halls, that is it. Perhaps on Zoom, perhaps in person. I don't know what all of your holiday plans are, but if you have any questions or concerns and you'd like to talk on the phone or meet on Zoom, get in touch with me. I will continue to listen, as I have been since I have been on council in August. And with that being said, here is to hoping that in 2025, Pontiac is only mentioned in the news for positive reasons. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes. I wrote something out this time. It's a win is a win. I want to point out some wins this year.
Oh, I'm sorry, your microphone.
So that you ready for me?
No, your microphone.
Let's start over. I wrote out some positive things because we've heard so much stuff. I want y'all to remind yourself of what we've done this year. Bagley Street completed, a win. Franklin Road completed, a win. Golf Drive completed, a win. ARPA dollars been allocated, a win. DPW not paying for no building, no charge, a win. A grant director, no, a win. Crime has decreased, a win. Oakland County in downtown, a win. Sheriff contract has been renegotiated, a win. Hold on, we got a new councilwoman, a win. New programs, new grant money for the small business grant, and $1.25 million was already given away. Guess what? A win. Pastor James is still fighting for the parks, a win. Mayor Graham stayed and listened to my comments this year, a win. Art Dunlap is getting fixed, a win. District 1 is stronger than ever, a win. Pastor Parker keeping my bail money in case I act out, a win. Belana Jones being a great new council person and a good person, a win. Darlene Clark gave me a compliment this year, that is a win. Me wanting to build stronger community members is a win. Carrington still not blocking my number, but blocking my number when I get on his nerves, a win. Mike McGinnis having to work through all of the tyranny and the negativity and still we're having one of the strongest districts and losing it and still saying I'm still going to fight for the city of Pontiac is a win. Kafani Stevens staying despite of all the adversity is a win. And last but certainly not least, you are winning if you are on this side. I lost one of my closest friends this year. His name was Brian Blossom. Brian Blossom used to fight for this council and he died. I lost one of the realest pastors you could ever meet, Reverend James H. Keys. He gone. I have seen this city be torn apart because people are so afraid that if we really get along and we really push forward, what beautiful things could happen. There are people lining up right now to cause dissension and melee, because they are afraid that they're being left out. But let me ask you something. Do you recognize when you're actually winning? Do you recognize when stuff is actually happening? Are we so afraid because of years of depression, years of being neglected, years of being counted out, that we can't recognize what a win is? My biggest win is this. I didn't die this year. My mama's still alive this year. All my family is still here on this side this year.
You're a homeowner this year?
I'm a homeowner this year. I have an amazing boyfriend still after all my craziness this year. And last but certainly not least, I serve in the most amazing district in Pontiac. I love District 1. So celebrate your wins. And for this next 2 weeks, don't you answer no calls, messages, and burdens from the Lord. And you come here having a winner's mindset, because we either have a fixed mindset or a growth mindset. And yes, I'm being extra because all this year we have been told everything we have done wrong. And we need to be reminded that we are winners because we are on this side of the dirt. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. And I got baptized. That's a win. Happy New Year. Happy Kwanzaa. And don't call me if I owe you no money. Wait till next year. Goodbye.
Well, thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. For the sake of time, I'll leave it be. But truly, Merry Christmas and season's greetings to the good people of Pontiac. And to the sweet side, the east side, my wonderful neighbors, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. You can call me still. I'll answer. But thank you. And is there a motion to adjourn?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on adjournment.
Goodman. James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yeah.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:43 p.m.